Welcome, friends, to another episode of Belt of Truth Live. I'm your host, Scott Ritsema, for a special edition of the program this time. We have a panel of experts. We have a number of guests. You're going to see them just in a moment. But right now, almost exactly to the day, the 4-year anniversary of the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine after it had been released for medical professionals. It was January of 2021 that it began to go into the general public. And people have had questions, and even from very early on in that program, doubts concerning the safety and efficacy of that vaccination program. And so we're going to be looking back and asking and hopefully answering some tough questions along these lines. And also, I want to bring up the group so you can see all who our experts are going to be and our medical professionals and scientists. But I want to introduce a very special part of this program is Dr. Margaret Song. She's been the one that pulled this panel together and really has made this event possible. And so, Chris, if you could pull everybody up, I want to invite Dr. Song to tell us who each of these guests is and what topic each may be touching on. And we're also going to have a little bit of dialogue the segments and presentations by our guests. And then stay tuned to the very end, by the way. We're going to do a lightning round where each person will be able to just have a final comment in addition to what they got to say during their segment. So that's everything as far as introductory matters go. But I do know that, Dr. Song, you were telling me as we were talking and planning this program, you want to help answer the questions about the science on the COVID-19 vaccine safety and efficacy, but also ask bigger questions about how do we arrive at scientific truth? How do we understand these things in general in the future, or when information is coming at us now? So, Dr. Song, would you mind giving your thoughts on that, and also tell us who each of the experts are that you brought together? Some of them I know, some of them I don't know, and I'm looking forward to getting to know each person's perspective here today.
Right. We pulled this event together because so many people have been confused about what to believe when one person says one thing about science and somebody else says something completely different. And are there some guiding principles that we can use to make decisions when there are so many different kinds of messages being thrown at us? I've asked several scientists and health professionals to weigh in on these questions and help us. And I've asked these particular colleagues because they have each provided valuable insights to me personally over the pandemic. I'm going to speak first about some pitfalls when we look at data, followed by Dr. Marco Mesa, who will talk more about biases in epidemiologic studies. Dr. Keith Colburn is going to share with us about some repurposed medications. And Dr. Tim Perenick will speak about natural immunity. Dr. Wes Youngberg will follow that with discussing how we can arrive at truth. And Mr. Ricky Kearns will talk about evolution and how that relates to health science. Dr. Tim Jennings is going to talk about principles that we can use, how we can know what to believe and how to make decisions. And Dr. Joyce Che is going to be talking about the quality of science when we are looking at the science that has been going on during the pandemic.
I will introduce each speaker with a more thorough and proper bio so you can know the credentials and background and practice that each of these guests brings to the table. But I just want to say to each one of you right now on the screen, thank you for being a part of this event. And to each listener, thank you for tuning in. And what more important thing to start with than a word of prayer? If you would bow your heads with me in this conversation, seeking the Lord's wisdom, not man's. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for the privilege of having a conversation like this from many different places, using a technology and platform that you've provided for these times, for us to seek you and communicate more truth about you. And we want to see your name lifted up, and we want to be able to be prepared for what's coming next in these apocalyptic times in which we live. We thank you for Jesus, in whom we may live and move and have our being. And I just pray for wisdom for each speaker as we seek your word. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, our first presenter is Dr. Margaret Song. She's going to begin with a very, I think, insightful scientific approach, which she's brought to the table. I've heard her speak many times at live events, and we've gotten to know each other a good bit through that. She's an internal medicine specialist. Dr. Margaret Song received master's in public health and epidemiology from Loma Linda University. She's a member of the Public Health Honor Society, Delta Omega. So my question to you, Dr. Song, this is what I hope that you're going to really help us through, is just how trustworthy is science?
So, Scott, it depends on what is meant by science. Science can be the research that scientists do. It also means the way the results of the research are interpreted by the researchers and by the wider community. And it also means public health messaging. So, how do agencies and governments take those interpretations and craft the messages for the public? And often when we talk about science in the public sphere, we are talking about this third meaning of science, the messages that get given to the public. The science of epidemiology is an exercise in humility, really. We want to know the truth, but we don't know the truth. What is causing disease? How are diseases distributed in the population? Often we can't look at the entire population, so we look at a sample and we talk about risk. We also utilize statistical tools to tell us what the likelihood is that our risk estimates are accurate, and also that the differences we see between groups are not just due to chance. The problem is that what we are seeing happening is often influenced by a myriad of factors, not just the factor or exposure that we are interested in. For instance, the question, does cigarette smoking cause lung cancer? Well, there may be differences between smokers and non-smokers besides just the fact that they smoke or don't smoke. So these hidden factors are called biases, and they can profoundly impact the outcomes, the conclusions that we come to. Biases can be very large sometimes. And so much of the science of epidemiology is seeking to arrive at the truth by dealing with biases, either by the way we set up the study, so study design, or the way we analyze the data that we get. And then there are also problems with how we interpret the findings. We can say, well, this says such and such, or we can make claims based on those results that may not necessarily be warranted. So I want to start briefly with the subject of myocarditis. Myocarditis is inflammation of heart muscle, and some cases can be very mild, in fact, have no symptoms, and mild cases often are never detected medically. And sometimes it can cause severe disease and even death. So as early as June of 2021, the FDA came out with a warning about myocarditis from the mRNA vaccines, particularly for people under the age of 25, and especially for young men. And later, many countries around the world started to ban the Moderna vaccine for people under the age of 40 or under the age of 30. And why was that? So many defenders of mandatory vaccination campaigns, including mandates for college students, have cited studies showing that myocarditis rates are higher for those infected with COVID than for those who have recently gotten an mRNA vaccine. Myocarditis is a rare disease, period. But some studies have suggested that the risk of getting it if you are sick with COVID, which includes vaccinated and unvaccinated people, is up to 7 times higher than if you are simply a healthy person who just got vaccinated. It's still rare for both groups, but higher for the acutely ill person. This is not surprising, given that particularly during the first 2 waves of COVID, the disease could make one seriously ill and need to be hospitalized. And so keep in mind that studies comparing myocarditis risk in the acutely ill to myocarditis risk in the healthy, vaccinated population are not comparing apples to apples. What they are doing is comparing healthy apples against a tiny subset of apples that are infected, or comparing a healthy person's risk of myocarditis to a sick person's risk. But should this type of study finding that myocarditis is more common among those ill with COVID than among the healthy people that just got vaccinated, should this be used to say that your risk of myocarditis as a healthy person who does not get vaccinated is higher than the risk of another healthy person who does get an mRNA vaccine? The authors of these studies do not make cannot and do not make that sort of a leap. But there are amateur voices out there who are using the risk numbers, comparing the acutely ill against the healthy, and bestowing these numbers onto two healthy groups, namely the unvaccinated and the vaccinated. In other words, they are saying that the unvaccinated are more likely to get myocarditis than the vaccinated. But that is not a sound inference to make. COVID is a rare disease. In the United States, during peak pandemic, new weekly cases ranged from 1.6% of the population at the peak to usually less than 1%. So to get an estimate of COVID-related myocarditis risk for the general population, you would need to multiply the myocarditis rates in the COVID infected by factors of 100-fold less to 1,000-fold less. This study by Martina Petone and colleagues in England, in this population, there were over 6 million men under the age of 40. Their risk of myocarditis was increased nearly a whopping 17 times after a second of the Moderna vaccine. But this was not the headliner of the study. The American Heart Association quoted this study, but only reported on their finding of a modest increase in risk for myocarditis in the acutely ill compared to the recently vaccinated. So you have to look beyond the abstract to get the true story. Authors usually have to make vaccine supportive statements in order to get their study published during the pandemic. Are there studies comparing apples to apples? In other words, comparing the risk of myocarditis in healthy vaccinated people to healthy unvaccinated people? Here is a meta-analysis by Alami and colleagues showing that for all age groups, the risk is doubled for the vaccinated. There have been several active surveillance studies of myocarditis after mRNA vaccination. In these, the blood was drawn a few days after dose number 2 of an mRNA vaccine, checking for heart damage by measuring troponin levels. And they found that whether the subjects had symptoms or not, so some of these were subclinical myocarditis, about 1 in 50 people showed biochemical evidence of heart muscle damage following a second dose of Pfizer in a study of Thai teenagers or Moderna in a study of Swiss adults. So these rates are hundreds of times higher than previous estimates of myocarditis rates from these vaccines. But people argue that the myocarditis risk is worth it because overall the vaccines have saved so many lives. But what is the status of the evidence right now for this claim? Remember that there are other things that people die of besides COVID. Here is an interesting study showing that in the short term, from 3 to 12 months after suffering from serious COVID, the vaccinated have a modest 11 to 18% reduction in death rates. But after 12 months following illness, this is reversed, and the vaccinated have a 97 to 250% increased risk of death compared with the unvaccinated. Some people have seen this preprint circulating around. This is a Norwegian public health study purporting to show that vaccinated Norwegians had a modest reduction in all-cause mortality, so dying from any cause at all, not just from COVID, compared with unvaccinated Norwegians. So this study was saying, hey, the vaccinated, they're overall dying less than the unvaccinated over time. This study has not been peer-reviewed and is not likely to make it onto a peer-reviewed journal. And the reason is, well, I'll get to the reason in a second, but in fact, there is reason why we are not seeing a whole avalanche of such national database studies showing reduced all-cause mortality among the vaccinated. The reason is that when looking at national or other administrative databases, where the vaccinated group were counted when they showed up for vaccination, and I'll explain this a little bit more. And looking at unspecific outcomes such as all-cause mortality, there's a very important bias at play called the healthy vaccinee bias. What is the healthy vaccinee bias? On the left here, we see in the group of people who are going to get vaccinated this week, among them, we're going to call him Mario. Mario realizes that he has a fever and a cough, so he decides not to get vaccinated this week, and therefore he gets counted in the unvaccinated group for this week. And the unvaccinated group, by the way, has a lot of these little orange guys that are sick. They've got the cold, they've got pneumonia, they've got some other infectious disease going on. That leaves the vaccinated group, once again, relatively clear of anyone who happens to feel sick at the time, because remember, Mario chose not to get vaccinated this week because he's sick. Then 1 to 2 weeks later, when Mario has recovered, he decides to get the vaccine and gets counted in the vaccinated group. Meanwhile, the unvaccinated group has many others this week who are like Mario was 2 weeks ago, sick. So the healthy vaccinee bias is caused by the fact that people who are sick at any given time with an acute illness do not generally show up to get vaccinated while they're sick. Meanwhile, a certain percentage of those who are sick and thus get counted in the unvaccinated group will die in the next few weeks from pneumonia or something else related to their acute illness. Therefore, this bias always works in favor of the vaccine, making the vaccine's efficacy look better. So much has been published in the past about the healthy vaccinee bias. I will look to a review article published prior to the pandemic in 2015, before the intense political wars surrounding COVID were in play. The authors conclude, after noting so much healthy vaccinee bias in the studies they reviewed, that cohort studies using administrative databases with unspecific outcomes, like all-cause mortality, should no longer be used to measure the effects of influenza vaccination. But the same type of bias works for COVID vaccines as well. Even with such a bias in play, we find some interesting things. This is a nationwide study from Hungary. They did try to account for the healthy vaccinee bias, but we find some interesting things when looking at their raw data. Now, the Hungarian national database did generate studies showing reduced COVID-related mortality in the 2 months following a booster vaccine, modest reduced. It is likely that the healthy vaccinee bias is also responsible for some of this effect. However, as I said earlier, COVID is not the only thing that kills people. So what about all-cause mortality? The researchers claimed that as a whole, the vaccinated had better survival or reduced all-cause mortality in the immediate aftermath of getting vaccinated. But let's look at these survival curves. Okay, at the top, you see that the best survival curves, the lines that didn't dip down as much, were the non-mRNA vaccines, most of which were taken off the market, such as J&J, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, and Sinopharm. These curves were lifting the vaccinated group as a whole to look better. Also, let's look at the bottom performers, which happen to be Pfizer and Moderna, with more deaths and therefore a steeper decline in the survival curves. I placed a vertical blue arrow so that you can see the point in time when the researchers decided to analyze the data. That point in time was at 50 weeks, right before a major inflection downward in Moderna's survival curve, which is the yellow curve, which takes a steep downturn after that point. Hopefully you can see that one line, that one yellow line that's going nosediving, that is Moderna's survival. Pfizer's curve is also near the bottom in blue, and while this curve does not nosedive as steeply as Moderna's, it too takes a convex turn downward. The convex shape of these curves, rather than a straight downward line, means that the death rates are accelerating. In fact, the only concave-shaped curve, represented by the red line, which starts out looking bad, but which quickly curves upward, is the unvaccinated group, their survival. So by the end of data collection, at 80 weeks, where I placed a yellow vertical line, a yellow vertical arrow, showing it shows the much improved survival for the unvaccinated compared with Moderna recipients. And you can see from the shape of the Pfizer curve that it too is headed downward and about to cross under the unvaccinated curve. So what is happening here? What we are likely seeing is the impact of the healthy vaccinee bias initially, which makes the death rates for the vaccinated look better than the unvaccinated. because the vaccinated were a group that was relatively free acute disease at the time they got vaccinated. But over time, this effect wears off and we start to see what is really happening. So I hope this gives you a few tools to understand better how to understand some of the claims that are thrown around. So in summary, studies comparing myocarditis rates in those who are acutely ill from COVID against myocarditis rates in the healthy vaccinated should not be used to make a risk statement regarding myocarditis rates in the unvaccinated population as a whole compared with the vaccinated population as a whole. The evidence as it stands right now puts a nail in the coffin to the erroneous claim that myocarditis is more likely if you are not vaccinated. This is especially true for young people. Also, the healthy vaccinee bias plagues studies looking at all-cause mortality where the vaccinated subjects are counted at the time they show up to be vaccinated. Currently, we have no good evidence that overall, for all-cause mortality, that the mRNA vaccines saved lives, especially in the long term. Lastly, I want to share that over the first few years of the pandemic, I treated many hundreds of patients with COVID using a combination of early and intense hydrotherapy, mostly fever baths instituted at the onset of fever, and ivermectin. When we were able to start hydrotherapy and ivermectin in the first 7 days of illness, I did not have a single patient end up hospitalized with COVID. Back to you, Scott.
Dr. Song, that was highly enlightening. And I love all of you medical guys. You state things so cautiously. You know, we have no evidence that the vaccines decrease mortality, especially in the long term, but you just showed that we have decreased mortality in the long term. And that's me saying that. I don't want to speak for you, but you're a responsible researcher and teacher, and I appreciate everything you just shared with us. And next, we're going to go to Dr. Marco Mesa, an honored guest on this event, a former director of pharmacoepidemiology for vaccines. And I'll leave it at that because I just want to get right to Dr. Mesa. I can't think of a really a better perspective to bring to the table on this kind of conversation than former director of pharmacoepidemiology for vaccines. So, Dr. Mesa, given the bias of the studies that we just heard from Dr. Song, what do we know now from your perspective? And in general, how do we handle uncertainty when you're hearing the conflicting messages or we just don't have enough information?
Great. Well, thank you, Scott. I'm very happy to be here. So what I like to, when it comes to risk and uncertainty, this is the very common among epidemiologists. We have to deal with uncertainty and risk most of the time when it comes to studies and observational studies, clinical trials. So I would say this is the bread and butter from an epi point of view. But I have some slides to go over. And so what I'd like to do is focus on take a wider approach of some of the issues that we have here at hand. And it's well known within the scientific community that there is an issue here when it comes to scientific research. There is a crisis of reproducibility in scientific studies. And some folks have mentioned this in the past, and I think within the research community, this is well known, and others might see this for the first time. But what I would say, the science is very complex, it's becoming massive, and every year we have about over 30 million of new scientific researchers writing papers, and some might argue that most published research findings are actually false. Others are saying that most of the medical research is not reliable, and there's inherent uncertainty. But what I can say that most scientific publications are increasingly, the flow of information, the volume, and I used to teach epidemiology to medical students, and what I used to tell them, if you try to catch up with most of the scientific literature, specifically medical research. The last time I read, it will take them about 30 years to catch up, to be up to date. And by the time they reach that point, most of the knowledge will be obsolete. So what do we do? How do we handle with this uncertainty in medical research? So there are different kinds of uncertainty when we look at a study, when we look at a scientific paper. But what we need to understand, this is very common in most of real-world systems, in real life. One type of uncertainty is called the nature of uncertainty. So one would be variability. This is natural variability that we see in the world. And then the old-fashioned way of another kind of uncertainty, just lack of knowledge, once we define it by its nature. Another important aspect when we are praising studies is trying to understand the location of uncertainty, where it manifests itself. Is it in the scientific process? Is it in scientific methods, in the design of the studies? We talk about confounders and bias in the input parameters, in the analysis. But there's another place where the uncertainty could arise, and this is the framing of the problem. An issue framing during which the problem is defining how we frame the study, how do we conceptualize the problem. And this is often an overlooked kind of uncertainty, especially in scientific research. What I could say is the most scientific, I would say from an epi perspective, probabilistic techniques cannot fully distinguish between the two natures of uncertainty, lack of knowledge and variability. For example, if we don't know the shape of a distribution, what kind of uncertainty is that? Is it natural variability or is it lack of knowledge? We could simply say it's lack of knowledge. I don't know. And we should not be implicitly treating lack of knowledge as natural variability and vice versa. So let me illustrate the issues here. Consider Miss Winnie. And drawing back from the literature of the smoking and lung cancer. So Miss Winnie, she's about 100 years old, and she's been smoking for 93 years. And she's not quitting anytime soon. And so often we ask, what happened? How on earth she managed to smoke for 93 years without developing lung cancer? Some might argue perhaps her genotype is particularly resilient in this regard. Perhaps, maybe one day, she was having a cup of tea or coffee while smoking, and she heard a door, someone rang the bell, and it was the postman, it was the FedEx guy. And then she opened the door, and a blast of wind caused her to cough, and maybe she might have caused to dislodge some metastatic cells in her alveoli. We don't know. But what I could say is that we could find tons of examples of individual biographies as Miss Winnie that sometimes we cannot explain it as an epidemiologist, and it somehow resonates with what Dr. Song mentioned, that epidemiology is a science of humility. And I would say the most enthusiastic life course epidemiology will have a hard time tracking those individual biographies with data. So we're looking at not only disease etiology from a social perspective, from a molecular level. So there's a lot of natural variability that sometimes we cannot explain it. Another type of uncertainty, and this is what I refer to, the framing assumptions. And these are inevitable when we try to evaluate the health of an intervention. And if these sources of uncertainties are not addressed, not only the natural variability playing a role, but that conceptual uncertainty in how we frame the issue. Sometimes we might be insulated in advisory committees and we might miss the bigger picture. So how do we deal with those uncertainties? Sometimes there's a lot of resistance against improvements. And I'll present you a case study. Quote unquote, this is the honest scientific researcher. My real interest is about organism A. This is a narrow definition of the problem. So I am working in a risk assessment project in order to get money for my work with organism A. I will stick to the belief that organism A is highly important for the risk assessment, and thus fight against other organisms and factors outside my expertise as important for the risk. Case study number 2, quote unquote, the honest policymaker. I have to please the political system in order to not to get stressed and to improve my position at work. Thus, I need to conclude that everything is under control and nothing is hidden from our attention. So I don't want to discover unrecognized factors that can lead to increasing risk. But what should we all be aiming for? So why do we need improvement? Now, here's a case study, the honest scientific researcher without question marks. I have to protect human against harmful effects. My work fails if such effects emerge, so I have to fight against unrecognized factors. So efforts should be made on making, particularly I would say healthcare professionals, but not only healthcare professionals, policymakers, and I could even argue church administrators, more sensitive to the limitation of scientific evidence and its associated uncertainty. And having worked as a pharmacoepidemiologist for 15 years, I could humbly say that uncertainty and risk is something that we deal on an everyday basis, and we should be more sensitive to that, those limitations of scientific evidence. And I will conclude my presentation.
So I think most of us already, when we would hear sweeping statements on the media of with such certainty about any sort of matter that there may be other agendas associated with, we already had a healthy level of skepticism. You've just broken down for us the reason why to really enhance that level of skepticism, critique, and expectation of higher degrees of evidence to be brought to the table before we as truth what is pronounced by the authorities. And really, who is the ultimate authority, Dr. Mesa? I know you believe the same as I do. You've presented to us uncertainties in science. Share with us also just your perspective on where do we go for the capital T truth.
It's got to be a higher authority. Has to be God. It should be the number one source of authority. So science in itself, science doesn't trust itself by nature. So we need validation, we need several studies, we need to corroborate evidence over time, but our highest authority is God. And we should not be elevating science to a certain degree.
Amen. And that means a lot to me and our listeners coming from you, brother. Dr. Mesa, your participation in the panel is highly valued, as is all of the panel members. And I just want to thank you for being with us. I think I understand that you have to run and can't be a part of the lightning round later. So I want to say bye to you, but also just a big heartfelt thank you from all of us who appreciate your contribution to this dialogue.
Thank you, Scott.
God bless you, my friend. Our next guest is Dr. Keith Colburn, Professor Emeritus at the Loma Linda University School of Medicine, Associate Chair of the Department of Medicine for Research, Associate Editor of the Journal of Investigative Medicine, peer reviewer for several rheumatology journals, author of peer-reviewed publications, medical textbook chapters, and published abstracts numbering in the hundreds. And of course, he's practiced medicine for decades, even now at the youthful age of 80 years old. And for full disclosure, to get a degree just to study the bio of our accomplished and seasoned veteran in the medical field. Of course, he's still practicing, but also from that academic perspective, brings a lot to the table. And Dr. Colburn, I'd like for you to talk with our listeners about these treatments that were brought to the table during the COVID crisis and during the pandemics, namely ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, or any other direction you'd like to take that. But you know, you've got a perspective on this, how this relates to Pascal's wager. So share with us a little bit from your perspective on these matters.
Thank you, Scott. I was just finishing with my 50th reunion in March of 2020. And the next day, we had the shutdown in the United States because of the COVID infection that was starting to sweep through the country. And I know that it really was a problem. We thought maybe it was going to be a terrible catastrophe, and so I remember that there was some different tests that were being done. There was Didier Raoult in France who was talking about hydroxychloroquine being a medication that was helpful. And there were studies done previous to the COVID epidemic a number of years ago that showed that hydroxychloroquine had some effect on viruses, and it was all in vitro. There weren't studies done on viral illnesses altogether. But for 70 years, we've had hydroxychloroquine available as a help for, first of all, malaria. And then us rheumatologists, we were using this drug as a repurposed drug that we used for rheumatoid arthritis. And then we started using it for lupus and Sjogren's syndrome. And so it was already a repurposed drug for a number of other situations. So Dr. Raoult's studies, he started out with reported about 20 patients and how well that hydroxychloroquine worked. And then it was interesting that he came back a little later on with 80 patients. And then his final study was on 3,737 patients. 3,119 of these patients were given hydroxychloroquine, and then compared with the patients in the city. This was around southern France, and the mortality rate for those that got hydroxychloroquine was about 0.5%. And for the people who did not get hydroxychloroquine in the same area, it was between 4.3 to 9.7% mortality rate. So it looked like that this medication really had a very beneficial effect. Well, as it turns out, he was arrested in a home arrest, and his project was shut down for reasons that were kind of puzzling at the time. And you remember, too, President Trump also at the time thought that hydroxychloroquine would be the answer to the problem of COVID in our country. And, of course, the media jumped on that right away. They were determined to make sure he looked silly, and sure enough, they succeeded. And then what came that, and about a couple of months later in May, there were articles in both Lancet and New England Journal of Medicine from this company called Surgisphere, and why these the best of our medical journals in the world decided to take a company such as Surgisphere, which had no real reputation at that point, and took their article, which was they turned out to be fraudulent, and they had to retract those articles 2 weeks later. But in any event, Surgisphere had a porn star as one of their group of experts. Don't ask me why that particular person had anything to do with this, but it was shown that their data was fraudulent. It was thousands and thousands of patients supposedly from hospital records. But anyway, I really was getting the picture that something was really happening, that somebody was really lying. Why in the world were these two journals and many other journals and all the media and different scientists were talking about how terrible hydroxychloroquine was and how it damaged the heart muscle and all this kind of thing. And being a rheumatologist, we use hydroxychloroquine more than anybody else in medicine, and it's one of the safest drugs that we use. Well, doctors in the United States have always had the right to use medications in a repurposed way. And then all of a sudden, we were being told we couldn't use these medications, medications such as hydroxychloroquine and later ivermectin. So it was really difficult for us to imagine why this was happening. In Saudi Arabia, there was a 70% decrease in the deaths from COVID when they used hydroxychloroquine. In a French nursing home, 53.5% decrease in deaths were reported. And then Hackensack University in New York, Dr. Andrew Ip had 1,274 patients with COVID, and they were treated with hydroxychloroquine compared to 1,177 patients who were not. This resulted in a 47% decrease in hospitalizations with the patients that got the hydroxychloroquine. Dr. Victor Selenko in New York had 144 patients with COVID on hydroxychloroquine, and only one of them died. And he had 377 patients who did not get hydroxychloroquine, and 13 of those died with COVID. And there was a nursing home in Europe, Andorra. They had 100 patients in this nursing home, the average age of 85 years old. And with hydroxychloroquine, 11% died, but without it, 61% died. This certainly was curious why the world wouldn't have jumped on this boat and used hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for this disease. Well, in October of 2020, ivermectin was starting to be used. There's a book that you should be aware of called The War on Ivermectin by Pierre Corey. It is an amazing book telling all the difficulties that the people who were using ivermectin were having because of what I would call misinformation from basically the media, the academic centers in this country, the pharmaceutical companies, and the like. Anyway, there were several doctors who arose to the occasion. Robert Malone, Peter McCullough, Paul Merrick, Tess Laurie, Harvey Reich, Jay Bhattacharya, Merrill Nass, and many other heroes that were using this medication, ivermectin, and were doing the patients were doing extremely well. As background on ivermectin, it actually was discovered from the soil on a golf course in Japan by Dr. Omura, and the therapeutic possibilities were worked out with Dr. William Campbell. And both of these gentlemen were awarded a Nobel Prize in 2015 for their discovery of ivermectin, which led to the development of ivermectin. Then it was later discovered after Dr. O'Meara found that this was a very interesting molecule. There were 10 different viruses that were affected in vitro again by, and these included Zika, West Nile, HIV, and then COVID-19 were found to be sensitive to this particular, sensitive to ivermectin, I should say. And early COVID-19 uses included a pulmonologist, Dr. Rajtir, who tried out ivermectin on a very sick patient in ICU, and then published a 100% response rate on several patients that she had, that the improvement happened within 48 hours. More doctors started using ivermectin for the treatment of COVID, and there was some sensational studies done in Peru. In 11 days in that country after this, they started giving out ivermectin. There were massive responses to the drug. The patients were getting well very rapidly. And Trump was also hospitalized for COVID, and he was given ivermectin, and within 2 days was out of the hospital. There was a physician, Mary Bowden, who treated over 2,000 COVID patients with ivermectin without a single death. Her hospital privileges were revoked by several Houston hospitals, including an SDA hospital, Hughley, just because she was using ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine on patients. But she never had one hospitalization nor a death on her patients. In the Dominican Republic, 2,706 patients with, coming through the ER with COVID were treated with ivermectin, and only 16 were hospitalized and only 2 died. There was a 99.3% avoidance of hospitalization or death. A French dermatology journal pointed out in a nursing home in France that there was an outbreak of scabies, and one of the treatments for people with scabies is ivermectin. And it was fascinating that only 1.4% of these patients got COVID, and none died or needed hospitalization. But 22.6% of the patients and staff of nursing homes in the surrounding area developed COVID, and 4.9% died. And one of the most amazing successes of use of ivermectin happened in the state of Uttar Pradesh in India. Uttar Pradesh has a population of about 240 million people. It would make it the sixth largest country in the world if you were to separate it from India. But their what we would call governor in our setting here, he was pretty much an incorruptible guy who was not at all sucked in by the money that was being handed out to other people for limiting the use of ivermectin. Anyway, he took ivermectin. They were having about 4,000 or 5,000 deaths a day in Uttar Pradesh, and he took his group of I believe 40,000 medical workers went through the whole country and handed out ivermectin kits to everybody that had any connection with COVID, whether they were people that were in the same household with those with COVID, and also those patients that had COVID were getting ivermectin. Well, within about 4 to 5 weeks, their death rate dropped to almost zero, which was amazing, and it should have told the whole world how important that this was. Well, as it turns out, this information was blocked from getting on the media anywhere in the world, except for India. Their newspapers did point out that this was done by ivermectin, but in the rest of the world, ivermectin was pretty much the information about ivermectin being involved in this study was pretty much blocked. So it's how that happened and how it could have happened, I don't know, but there was certainly a huge number of organizations that got together to block that information from getting out. In Japan, Professor Omura, who discovered ivermectin, he did a meta-analysis of 14,906 patients with COVID in 42 different studies, including 21 randomized controlled trials. And the improvement in the disease when they were treated early was about 83%. And if patients were very late in the disease, when it was in the immunological stage of COVID, 51% of these patients improved. And used as a preventive for COVID, 89% people who took ivermectin to prevent the disease avoided getting it. There was an attorney, Ralph Lorigo, who had 80 lawsuits because a lot of people who had their relatives in ICUs and in the hospitals, and they wanted to get ivermectin, but the hospitals were all over the country were preventing patients from getting ivermectin. And so he sued these 80 for these 80 patients, and he won 40 cases and he lost 40 cases. Of the 40 cases that he lost, 38 of these patients died. Of the 40 that he won, only 2 died. So 38 lived and got out of the hospital. He's gone on to do more of these lawsuits, and I don't have the statistics on those at this point, but it's continued on that this same trend that most of the patients that were hospitalized died, and those that got the treatment of ivermectin were living. There's an interesting article that came out back in about 2003 in British Medical Journal about why you needed an RCT, in other words, a randomized controlled trial, which was the big thing that was being proposed by academia in the Western world, that you had to have that before they were going to start using it on patients with COVID. And this article talked about why we never had an RCT for parachutes. And they went on to show that, if you did not do an RCT, how do you know parachutes work? And well, it's quite obvious if you can watch and see what happens to those who don't use parachutes when they jump out of an airplane, or those parachutes that don't open. What happens? We had the same problem going on in the world with COVID. You could watch and see that patients that were getting either hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin were doing far better than those who were not getting treated. And I know from personal experience, the number of patients that I've treated for COVID, I have yet to have one go to the hospital or to die. And when you have personal experience, you see this happen. You don't need an RCT to show that this actually this medicine actually works. So, what caused the systemic failure of such a promising preventive and treatment for this devastating illness? Well, you follow the money, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation had a huge part of the 48 billion vaccine investment that was going on. Big Pharma, WHO, Anthony Fauci, the Mr. I Am Science, um, uh, who and what most strongly influenced the FDA, CDC, the NIH, and the media and the universities to block the use of these drugs, which were both very safe. Well, it's interesting that there have been $62 billion in fines since the 1990s of Big Pharma for illegal and criminal behavior, 16 billion for J&J, and 11 billion for Pfizer, and it goes on to show many of the other drug companies that were also fined like these huge amounts of money. The emergency use authorization, which pointed out is not lawful for vaccines to be used without adequate studies unless there were no other successful treatments available. And the reputations of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin needed to be destroyed by Big Pharma and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who had all this money invested in vaccinations. So there were a number of journal retractions of studies that were done with hydroxychloroquine and with ivermectin, and the story about these rejections is really well described in the book War on Ivermectin by Pierre Corey. And I encourage each of you to read this book. It is a fascinating book, and it's very angering to listen to, see what happened really in this world. Anyway, this is where Pascal's wager comes in, and those of you who are aware of this, Pascal was a theologian from many years, 300 years ago, and he made the observation that if you believed in God and you had a chance of eternal life, but if you didn't believe in God, you didn't have a chance. So it's made much more sense just to believe in God and to follow his directions, like in the Bible, and it only made sense to do that. Well, the same thing is true of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, two drugs that were the safest drugs, some of the safest drugs that we have in the world. And yet, if you refuse to let people have them or you refuse to take them on your own, this doesn't make much sense. And this is true of what went on from my perspective in the world because of the rejection of these two drugs. And can you imagine what's going to happen now too with the information coming out, a number of anecdotal studies that show that ivermectin has a very strong anti-cancer effect now, which these studies are spectacular. I mean, they're not studies yet, but there is a study going on. And matter of fact, there are at least 2 or 3 studies that I know about that are being done to show the effect on cancer. One at the City of Hope in Los Angeles on breast cancer, but there are a number of different cancers that have been shown that ivermectin has a very strong effect on it. So can you imagine what's going to, I imagine that the drug companies are getting apoplectic about this, and we may have some real interesting wars going on ivermectin again because of this anti-cancer effect. There are many other drugs and supplements that had anti-COVID effects, vitamin D, quercetin, fluvoxamine, vitamin C. And as most of us that are in the SDA Church know about our natural remedies, nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, fresh air, and rest and trust in God. So I would like to show each of you, this is the book by Corey, the looks backwards in the film, but the war on ivermectin, and this other book here, the Pfizer papers by Naomi Wolf, which has demonstrated that Pfizer knew from almost the very beginning that their vaccine didn't work, and that it also had tremendous side effects that they tried to hide throughout this whole thing. They wanted 75 years of secrecy about their studies, but fortunately, the courts didn't let them off with that. And this book is absolutely phenomenal. So I would recommend that you at least read the introduction by Naomi Wolf. It's online. You can, but to buy the book, it may be very, very helpful in your understanding of what's going on.
Dr. Colburn, you've prompted so many thoughts. I could just converse with you and launch into so much about how this under the principles of the enemy. But if you don't mind, actually, Dr. Song, I want to get your reaction to Dr. Colburn and Dr. Mesa, our most recent two presenters. And, what did you hear that's your takeaway, or what do you want to add to that conversation?
All I can say is just wow on what I just heard. Dr. Colburn, thank you so much for sharing that really exhaustive list on just kind of a brief history of what happened with the story behind hydroxychloroquine, starting with Dr. Rialt in France. Some of us are aware of what happened to him, and just the media pouncing on this immediately to try to make this whole thing look ridiculous and try to paint hydroxychloroquine as a dangerous drug. And we know that millions of patients use it long-term for years and years. And we're not even talking about the short-term use here for COVID. And then on ivermectin, just amazing evidence, the efficacy, the India story of that state in India, where the death rate dropped to practically zero. That right there should have gone out to the world. And yet those people that were supposed to be, looking out for our health went along with the forces that were, I guess, giving them money to block this information. We all know stories of doctors who lost their jobs, who were threatened with the loss of their jobs, removal of their licenses, so forth. In fact, we had a whole, we can go on about what happened here in the state of California, but wow, just wow. And the 40 something billion or 60 billion, something along that level that was invested in the development of these vaccines. And of course, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation played a huge role. And it's very interesting that emergency use authorization would not have been granted to Pfizer had there been effective treatment available at the time. And that's really key. And that, I think you have really told us why all of this pressure was brought to bear by I Am the Science, Fauci, and others to disallow, not only disallow doctors from prescribing these drugs, but also to deplatform anyone who is communicating about this on social media. That's another whole topic, how the government got involved with free speech. We know there's a bunch of lawsuits going on right now about these. There's at least a couple major lawsuits. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. I want to go also to what Dr. Mesa was saying. He talked about the honest researcher, and he talked about the political forces that one has to deal with when you're doing research, the pressures to not displease and find and the pressure to not find unrecognized factors, to actually just find effects of the factor that you're interested in. Yeah, those are some real pressures. I got a quotable quote from Dr. Mesa. He said, "Science doesn't trust itself by nature." And I think that is really important to recognize. To say trust the science is really an oxymoron, especially when we are talking about health science. And also the fact that, every decade we realize how stupid we were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Science, the advancement of science is always making obsolete what we thought was efficacious or truthful before. And I think, therefore, we need to have our anchor in some other principles than just this ever-changing sea of science.
I couldn't agree more. And I like the approach of, what do you mean by the term science? Are you talking about a community of people who develop consensus, and that's more of a social issue, as much a social issue as it is an evidentiary basis for conclusions? Are you talking about a by which we arrive at tentative conclusions by weighing evidence and testing that evidence and analyzing? That is the proper procedure of science. But even then, like you said, good science, like Dr. Mesa said, good science is skeptical of itself. It doesn't trust itself, which
Absolutely.
I love that perspective. Thank you for bringing that out. And I want to go to our next guest, Dr. Tim Pernick. Dr. Pernick is a chiropractor who practices in the state of Florida, has interests in medicine, history, and theology. He and I could talk all day long. When he's not writing, studying, or practicing medicine, he can be seen spending time with his daughter. He's also, I would add, has studied law and has his master's in church history. So, Dr. Pernick, back in 2021, into this pandemic, the Amish of Lancaster County were reported to have achieved herd immunity without ever taking a pharmaceutical injection. Your take on, how was this framed? Why was this not celebrated as a model for protecting the rest of the United States? And just talk to us about natural immunity and your perspective on these things from your research.
Thanks, Scott. We'll go ahead and start my presentation as well. I just want to say that part of the issue is that there was only one solution that could be to the pandemic, really only one solution. And that solution was pegged early on. It has to be the vaccine. So any discussion of natural immunity leading to herd immunity could not be allowed. We had to ignore it. And yet we have the example of the Amish, where it's very clear that they had allowed the virus to run rampant in their community. We practice communion. We have separate cups for juice, and we have separate wafers. But in the Amish community, they share one cup. So sick or not, they're sharing the cup. And so that was a great way to spread the coronavirus at that time. And they were all able to bounce back and recover. What you don't remember during 2021 was feverish reports, where a newscaster was breathlessly saying how everyone was rolling around dying in the Amish community from COVID. That didn't happen. They took care of themselves. They did what they could with fresh air, sunlight. And many of them wanted to use natural remedies anyways. They also didn't go to the hospital. One of the reasons why they didn't go to the hospital is that the hospitals restricted the amount of people who go there, and the Amish were not about not allowing their ministers and other people to go there to pray, or should I say not ministers, but elders to go there and pray with those who were sick and dying. So that was a no-go for them too. So they didn't go to the hospital. They didn't take any shots. They didn't take all the medicine that everyone was taking, and they went and it ran through their community, and they lived to tell another tale. And this type of story could not be told. The fear needed to be kept up, and we could never know about natural immunity. Now, as we go to my slides here, you'll see that we did know about natural immunity perhaps in 2008. And this was a fascinating study where they actually took blood from those who had survived the 1918 Spanish influenza. And they tested their blood by exposing it to the virus. And they noticed that after nearly 100 years of life, that they were still able to produce neutralizing antibodies, which is incredible. It tells you the amount of memory that is designed into the immune system. This tells you how incredible it was. So in 2008, we seem to understand natural immunity. And there are many other studies that talk about the incredible complexity and all the things that your immune system can do. But at that time, we were talking about it. It's even more interesting that you go to the next slide here. You can see that early in November of 2020, that they were already talking about that people who had recovered from COVID had this broad, strong response to the virus. And they even believed that it could help them to fight different variants of it. And they felt that they had long-lasting immunity. This is, again, just before the vaccine came out. This study was published in November of 2020. So even the medical community was saying, hey, natural immunity is something that we can bank on. This is important. But things started to change. And you can see here, this is a public policy legal group that sort of advises different clients on their policy they should have when it comes to church-state relationships. And one of the things that they were saying, because they got the memo back in 2021, is that we needed to have high immunization rates. And they were talking about herd immunity here. You can see them saying that, hey, if you're a church organization, if you're a civic organization, you need to encourage your members to get the shot because it's the only way to get to herd immunity. The memo was getting out that there wasn't such thing as natural immunity. And of course, here we have another article published in February of 2021, 2 of them, in fact, and they're talking about digital vaccine passports in consideration for the United States. And what isn't a part of that vaccine passport is whether or not you actually recovered from COVID. So the only way you would be able to travel, you'd be able to go into restaurants, you'd be able to go to attend sporting events or concerts or go anywhere is if you had proof of being vaccinated. No allowance for natural immunity. Like I said, they had said that they recognized it, but once the vaccine came out, there was no more. And then, of course, here's that article aforementioned about the Amish already having natural immunity, which was published because they allowed it to run through their community. So they had herd immunity. They were well protected. And I would have loved if they had done a follow-up study to see how they did against the variants. I have a feeling because they weren't wheeling out a bunch of hearse behind horse and buggies that they actually did well against the variants as well. As we look here on the next one, that we have Dr. Marty Makary, who was a Johns Hopkins physician, and he was crying out about this. He's like, why are we doing all the lockdowns? Why are we having everyone have to get a shot? Why are we doing all this when there is natural immunity? There are many people who've already gotten COVID and recovered, and they have broad-based, long-lasting immunity. Why are we ignoring this? And he was sounding the alarm, but as media and the CDC would have it, it would be ignored. And this is interesting because the CDC actually had in their own repertoire, they had studies showing that after people, this is at April, they're publishing this. So from January 2021 to April 2021, they were publishing a study saying that they had detected in their surveillance that over 10,000 people had what they called breakthrough infections. Now, this is a misnomer. It should have been just said vaccine failure, but they wanted to make it sound good that the vaccine was working, but there's these very rare breakthroughs. So a lot of these people who got it just tested positive for COVID. Not all of them were hospitalized and sick. So what the CDC did in order to make the statistics a little bit more accurate, they changed the definition. They said, hey, we're no longer going to just say that people who tested positive for COVID after being double vaccinated, that the vaccine, there was a breakthrough. We'll wait till they're actually hospitalized. So they changed the definition, patted themselves on the back, and declared victory for the vaccine. And they go on, and you can see here that this policy, this idea that you need the vaccine to protect everyone to create herd immunity while natural immunity was being ignored, began to be implemented in public policy. Now, I have to point this out. This was in Michigan, where Governor Whitmer was trying to implement a policy based on vaccine uptake. And you could see her own tweet here that she's basically saying, hey, if we don't get a certain amount of the population vaccinated, we're not going to reopen. And I enlarged it here so you could see the step-up plan. It's called MI Vac to Normal Challenge. Like we're raising money, or we're doing some sort of cold plunge challenge or whatever it is. Like it was something that we could all participate in. But you could see here that she's like, well, we're at 48.8% vaccinated. Now, here's the interesting thing. There's no factoring here about natural immunity. If 48 or nearly 50% of the population has been vaccinated, what of the other 50% of the population? What if they had COVID and recovered? Nope, not allowed. The only way that you were to get your freedoms back in these days is if you complied and you got vaccinated. So step 1, 55%, step 2, 60, step 3, 65, and then step 4, 70%. In order to have everything open, every 70% of the population needs to be vaccinated. No allowance for natural immunity. So even if you had already had it, You still needed to be vaccinated. That was the only way she was going to do it. Now, I have to point out that there's been a lot of goalpost moving during this time period. When initially the vaccine came out, we were told 90% effective. Everyone was, going to recover. This was the greatest thing. And then we were told that it was going to prevent you from getting the COVID shot. Now, some of those who are very much in protecting big pharma and very much supporters of the vaccine, they go, no. It was always about hospitalizations and severity of disease. If that's the case, right? Why is it that public policy was never built on that? Why is it that the entire society was being trained to think that the only way I could be protected is if I had the shot? Why were statements by politicians and all these things being made when we knew, allegedly, all along that the vaccine only prevented severe symptoms and disease and hospitalization? As a matter of fact, all that is face-saving, goalpost moving. In other words, oh no, we're just changing the goal because what we said it was going to do, it never did. And so as we see here, even the twice a day correct, I should say, the broken clock of public medicine, the WHO actually in May talked about how natural immunity was very effective and long lasting. They actually acknowledge this, which is amazing that even the WHO would say this. Now, let me be very clear. The WHO was certainly going to tell you to get your shots, but even they, like I said, the broken clock of public health, being right twice a day, was able to get this one right. And they were very clear that, hey, natural immunity is very effective and your likelihood of getting it again is diminished. But the public policy, the whole game that the vaccine was the only way to protect us, continued. This is Dr. Leanna Wen in the Washington Post, and she frequently appeared on CNN promoting the vaccine, and not only promoting the vaccine, but also promoting draconian measures against those who didn't want to get vaccinated. And she was very upset that certain states in the United States were starting to open up. And she was like, no. Opening should only be tied to vaccination. We need to make life hard on those who don't get vaccinated. Why would she say that? Because she, like everyone else in the media, was trying to inculcate in our minds that if you don't get the shot, you're going to get the disease. And if you don't get the shot, you're going to transmit the disease. And yet, of course, we found out years later, and it was admitted, well, actually, you can transmit the disease if you were vaccinated. And yes, the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting the disease. But at this time period, this drumbeat had to go on over and over again. And you can see that. Even in Oregon, not wanting to be outdone by Leanna Wen on the Washington Post or on CNN, decided that what they would do is that you could not go into businesses without a mask and eventually your own vaccination status. They wanted to do this. Again, where's natural immunity? If I already had it and I overcame it, why is it I still need to wear a mask? Why is it I still need to get a vaccine passport? This whole concept of natural immunity was being removed from the public eye. And you can see with devastating effects. Despite all that, despite all the drum beating and all the cheerleading for the vaccine and getting it and public policy and enforcing the vaccine mandates and vaccine passports and mask mandates, quietly, and this is the preprint, the Cleveland Clinic did their own study and they looked at their own employees and they looked at the employees who got the shot. Not all of them did, because in the early days of the vaccine, they were prioritizing it. Particularly, the Cleveland Clinic was giving it to their elderly patients. They didn't know how many doses there were. So many of their staff treated those who were sick, got COVID, and recovered. And what they noticed was that those who got sick and recovered had broad-based immunity. And so their conclusion in this preprint is that, hey, those who recovered really don't need the vaccine. But yet, in the push to get more shots into more arms, this was ignored. And yet, there was plenty of evidence to say that the shot that we were all told to get wasn't even effective. And again, I'm going through these time periods just to show you that while on one hand, we say hindsight's 2020, what I'm trying to show you is that in this time period, in 2021, there was enough evidence to say that this policy that we were embarking on, creeping up on mandates, forcing people to get shots, rolling out vaccine passports, segregating churches and communities and not seeing your loved ones unless they were vaccinated, was the wrong policy even then. We didn't need to wait 4 years down the road. We were seeing this at this time. And here's another article of 100% of the people vaccinated getting COVID. Here's the CDC revisiting the whole rare breakthrough cases, showing that there are many people who are getting COVID after being vaccinated for COVID, and not only getting it, but being hospitalized and dying. So you got to ask yourself, wait a second, you have a vaccine that isn't preventing the disease, and people are still getting it and getting sick and dying. What are we doing here? Why are we still engaging in this destructive governmental policy, which private organizations, ecclesiastical organizations, were all following? Why are we doing it? Why couldn't we look at natural immunity? Again, it's because there was only one solution to this crisis, and that was the end of a needle. There was no other way. And this one is very interesting to me, and I love this because people didn't realize it, but we were even getting away from the idea of herd immunity. Think about it. If you had 40% of the population receiving the shot and maybe 60% or 50% of the population who recovered from COVID, then you would have what you would want in herd immunity. You would have nearly 90% of the population already having protective antibodies. Now, obviously, the 40% who got the COVID shot weren't protected at all, but the other percent of the population who got it were protected. So the White House even pivoted away from this idea of herd immunity. And so Jen Psaki was asked this question on July 6, 2021, and I'm just going to read you her response. She says, well, Dr. Fauci has addressed this a number of times and has conveyed that herd immunity is a kind of outdated term. Since when? Since when? Since the beginning of the pandemic, you guys were talking about herd immunity. We were hearing this all the time. And yet here you are saying, oh, no, Dr. Fauci said it was outdated. So she goes back. So we set a goal of reaching 70% of adults by July 4th. We reached that goal of adults 27 or older by that date. And we're continuing to reach it. And we will in the next couple of weeks for adults over the age of 18. So notice they hit their goal of 70%. And now they're like, well, now we got to go for the younger people. Now we got to go for those 18. And eventually we got to go for those youngers. In other words, they could not allow the idea that natural immunity was something that we could rely on. In other words, they were going to push this until almost everyone in his population got a needle in the arm at least twice for this pandemic. That's what they were going to do, completely ignoring it, even to the point to where they were throwing away what they've always talked about for hundreds of years about herd immunity. I mean, every time you bring your child to get a vaccine, they go, well, if your child doesn't get, measles, they may be able to pass it on. We need to have high herd immunity. But somehow, when these guys are making the rules and telling you that your child needs a shot, somehow, when the rules don't seem to work in their favor, they just abandon them. Well, herd immunity doesn't matter now because we want everyone to get the shot. And again, the evidence still kept coming in July right there. Just after Jen Psaki makes that statement, there was an outbreak on an aircraft carrier, the Queen Elizabeth, the British aircraft carrier, of a population of everyone who was vaccinated. There was an outbreak of COVID. How does this happen on an aircraft carrier where everyone is allegedly protected? But again and again, there was only one solution to this problem, and that problem was going to be solved at the end of the needle. Even Emory, the medical school, talked about the incredible potential of the antibodies and the immune memory that was had when people actually had the virus and recovered. And they were talking about how this could help us in developing better therapeutics and how this is going to help prevent people from getting COVID. Even again, credible sources were publishing this, and it was flatly ignored. The ban must go on. The CDC even showed through their own records by monitoring this that the COVID vaccine that everyone was getting was not working the way that they said it would. And this was a fascinating report that they showed in Barnstable, Massachusetts in July 2021, where 3/4 of the population had been vaccinated for COVID-19. Most of the population, 3/4 of the population had been vaccinated, and most of them got COVID anyways. So you look at this. It's out of 469 people who got it, 3/4 of them who were also vaccinated got the virus. So again, even with the people having the vaccine, they still got sick. But this does not stop public policy. The show must go on. The ban must go on. And yet more evidence kept accumulating. This was a report coming out of Israel. And as you know, Israel decided to make itself a Pfizer country. They exclusively used Pfizer, and they wanted to allow their population to be tested on medically. Now, I do love history, and there was another time in history where people who were Jews were experimented on without their consent, and things didn't end up well. But I guess if the Israel government signs on for it, I guess that they're consenting for you. I don't know. But interestingly enough, that in their own studies with the Pfizer product, they noticed that if you got the virus naturally versus if you got the double dose, that you were 13 more times to contract COVID if you got 2 doses of Israel's favorite pharmaceutical product, the Pfizer shot. And so they noticed that, and then they noticed that out of those who got sick, you were 27 more times more likely to be symptomatic from COVID and be hospitalized than those who simply recovered from COVID. And again, this was in August 2021. So we had data at this time to make sound public policy. We had data at this time as church organizations, civic organizations, and businesses to make good decisions to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't exclude people, ostracize people, depending on their vaccine status. Maybe we should look at natural immunity. I mean, there it is, right in front of our faces. But again, we were not going to do that. The show must go on. And this, again, is the preprint from the Israel study. Now, sadly, as Jen Psaki mentioned, after they got most people over the age of 27 vaccinated, now they wanted to move to those who are 18. And once they got to those who were 18, they just wanted to go to children. And this was probably one of the grossest abuse of medical science that we've ever seen. A number of physicians published in this article in Toxicology Reports in 2021, and they wrote protesting this idea, why are we vaccinating children who don't even really are symptomatic, whose risks of being hospitalized are very small, who may have even been exposed to COVID, recovered, and already had antibodies? Why are we doing this? All we can see are bad things. You know, in medicine, there's always the risk-benefit analysis. And if the risk analysis is greater than the benefit analysis, you usually don't do it. And so in their analysis, the risk analysis for children was way too high. There was no point. There are all sorts of side effects. And there were no studies, especially in the original data that they got with Pfizer and Moderna, that they ever even tested on children. So why would they be doing it? But despite the protest and despite their lengthy discourse on all the problems that could happen, they did it anyways. And this, again, was a gross abuse. And public policy was even more grotesque. This article in New York Post talks about how a judge suspends the dad's visits with his kid over his vaccination status. Now, again, this is in October 2021. So we already had the Israel study. We already had the CDC reporting that people who had the shot were still getting sick. We had the incidents on the aircraft carrier, the incidents on the cruise line. We had all these incidents that the vaccine wasn't even protecting. But you see, it was inculcated as public policy in society and in church and civic organizations that if you didn't have the shot, you couldn't be affected. Moreover, natural immunity was completely ignored. So this father lost access to his son because a New York judge was so terrified of COVID and so terrified of these things that he wanted to punish this guy for not getting the shot. And so in his opinion, he just could not fathom how someone could ignore getting these shots and basically said, because you're a conspiracy theorist, you don't get to see your son. Totally ridiculous. Now, in a brief aside, if you look, and you may not be able to see this, maybe you guys can zoom in later on, but there's a green arrow there. And I'm sure all of you are going to be happy to know this. This is probably going to be a great relief to many of us. But this green arrow points to another article. And it says this: the National Zoo vaccinates primates against COVID-19. Aren't we lucky? Because something tells me that if we didn't do that, all those apes, chimpanzees, and gorillas would have just been totally wiped out from COVID-19. That's how crazy we were with this, that we would prevent fathers from seeing their own children based on their vaccine status, and we're injecting apes with this because we have to save everyone from the COVID-19. Just a brief aside, I took my daughter in 2021 to a Discovery Cove where you can swim with the dolphins. And they required, if you weren't vaccinated, to wear a mask because they were afraid that you were going to transmit COVID to the Dolphins. That's how afraid they were. And so this tells you how crazy it was. It didn't matter if you recovered from COVID. It didn't matter if you had it, you bounced back. As long as you weren't vaccinated, you could possibly give COVID to Flipper. Amazing. But that's how crazy it was. Now, again, in the same backdrop, while this father is no longer having rights to his son to see him, you look here that a letter was published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2021. And they were also pointing out that in the hospital setting where everyone was being double shot up and some probably eventually getting their boosters, that they were still having high outbreaks of COVID. They were still seeing in the hospital setting. So they were seeing a vaccine that wasn't even preventing the disease. And in a setting where you would absolutely want to have your first line operators to be protected from the virus, it wasn't working. And so even though this was being published, even though the Israel report and the CDC were all seeing these things, the show had to go on. There was only one solution. That solution was for everyone to get the shot. And you can see here in the Los Angeles Times, it says the CDC shifts pandemic goals away from reaching herd immunity. Yes. So even when they get up to 85%, they're like, well, we still got to vaccinate more and more and more and more and more and more. Now, some people have cynically said, and I think there's probably more evidence for this than I imagine, the one thing they didn't want was a control group. They didn't want the fact that there were large sections of the population who didn't get the shot, because if they didn't get the shot, that means that you could look at them long term and say, why do they not have these diseases? Why are they not coming down with cancers? Why are they not having strokes and blood clots? Why are they not doing that? And there's probably more validity to that thinking than we possibly ever imagined. It is interesting to note that in the original studies that they did with Pfizer and Moderna, they only had a placebo control group for about 6 months. Then they unblinded them, and 90% of that placebo group got the shot. So thereby obliterating any sort of long-term studies into the effects and safeties of these vaccines. And again, despite the fact that the CDC is moving away from herd immunity and all this other stuff, we still have these outbreaks of COVID in populations that have 92% uptake of vaccines. Think about it. 92%. They should be the healthiest people in the world. Nothing should be happening to them, and they're still getting COVID. And again, we were ignoring natural immunity the entire time. In the entire time, no such thing as natural immunity. It doesn't exist. There's nothing there. And here's another preprint. This is in December of 2021. And so in December of 2021, the Omicron variant was coming out. And again, everyone was afraid of it. And they were like, well, why don't you get another booster of the same shot of the different variant? Maybe that will help. And eventually they came out with a bivalent vaccine. And what was amazing is that this preprint talked about how they tested it. And the original efficacy by giving someone the shot to the Omicron, they said was about 54% effective. I don't know what effective actually means in this study. Maybe they didn't have many symptoms. Maybe they didn't test positive. But that's really not good efficacy. But then they point out, and they were honest, that efficacy drops off the face of the earth within just a few months. Just a few months it drops off. So even here with the Omicron variant, and the vaccine was supposed to be our frontline defense, even there, we see that the immunity was dropping off precipitously just after a few months. And no discussion whatsoever of whether or not natural immunity would give you enough robust response to help you to deal with variants. No discussion to be had, because there was only one way to solve this problem, and that was a shot in everyone's arm. Now, this was very sad. The Supreme Court, it was a complicated decision because the Fifth Circuit had basically stopped the vaccine mandates. You have to understand that people said there were vaccine mandates. There were two orders of vaccine mandates by the Biden administration. The first was to OSHA, which basically covers just about any business that has a certain amount of employees. And basically it meant that every single employer was going to have to require their employees to get a shot, up to a certain amount, depending on how many employees you had. And that was stayed. The Supreme Court agreed with the lower courts that should be stayed. In other words, that should not go through. But the tougher one was the mandate through the Center of Medicare Services. And the Center of Medicare Services, well, it sounds like just a humble group, is actually the biggest payer to the hospital system and most assisted living facilities. That is the biggest payer. And so what the Biden administration said is that, hey, if your institution, your your assisted living facility, your hospital, even some of your outpatient centers, if they don't have up to 90% compliance rates with the vaccine, we're not going to give them any money. And so the Supreme Court heard this case, and they ended up agreeing with the Biden administration. They said the Biden administration has the power to basically say, hey, we're not paying any of your services if you don't comply with our medical mandate. And that's what they ended up getting through. And this is why a lot of people lost their jobs and everything like that. One of the things the Supreme Court would not entertain, they would not entertain it, though the other side trying to how would I put it? They were trying to lobby for this state or to prevent the mandate. Those trying to oppose the mandate, they asked the Supreme Court to consider the fact that many of these people in the hospital had already had COVID and recovered. Many of these people worked in the hospital treating patients with COVID, got it themselves and recovered. So they already had immunity. They were basically asking, consider that as a factor. And the court decided that they would not consider it and instead said, no, everyone needs to have the shot. The only saving grace is that they were going to rule it was unconstitutional unless there was a religious exemption. Unfortunately, that happened and many people were able to avail themselves, but it wasn't as easily done. But the fact of the matter is that when it came to policy, the court ignored natural immunity. Why? Because that's what they were told in the media. That's what they were told by the public health experts, to ignore natural immunity. Even Justice Sotomayor and the oral arguments was talking to those who were opposing the mandates. And she was like, look, there's 100,000 children who are being hospitalized right now for COVID. We need to protect them. The frontline workers need to be protected. Now, when you listen to the oral arguments, there's no video. But I imagine that Justice Sotomayor was probably wearing a mask while saying all that, thinking that the COVID shot was actually going to protect all these frontline workers and all these children. And she was wrong on two accounts. She was wrong that it actually prevented the virus, and she was also wrong that that there was 100,000 children hospitalized. So I'm going to wrap it up here. Just want to read this last thing about herd immunity. All right. Or sorry, about natural immunity. All right. So to be honest, while I said they were all ignoring natural immunity, this is the one place where they don't ignore natural immunity. And I'll just read these 3 paragraphs very quickly. All right. This was published in JAMA in 2021. It says, in the spring of 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic was just taking off, some of the first U.S. patients who recovered donated blood samples to the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Researchers there used some of their convalescent serum to study antibody responses of SARS-CoV-2 infection. Late last year, when viral variants began to emerge, they thawed out the stored antibodies to investigate how those from individuals infected with the first wave could defend against the evolving pathogen. At least a few of the patients, all of whom had mild to moderate disease, produced 4 particularly potent antibodies against the strain of that infected and the diverse range of variants that since have been detected. 2 of the antibodies were ultra-potent at the tiny concentrations across all 23 variants that the scientists tested. Combinations of some of these antibodies mitigated viral escape in laboratory experiments, a feature that could slow the resistant strains from emerging in patients treated with cocktails. So wait, let me stop right there. What they're saying is that they looked at serum from people who recovered from COVID, mild to moderate symptoms, and they found that they could respond to variants, and it would also prevent immune escape. They found this. In other words, natural immunity was able to do that. But notice what they say here. The newly identified antibodies and others like them could hold the key to COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines that could stand the test of time. So in other words, we can recognize natural immunity only when we can use it to make better therapeutics and vaccines, which is ridiculous. In other words, why not just stick with what we already have, the natural immunity? But no. Even here, where they're talking about the incredible potential of natural immunity in the antibodies, it's only so you can study it, so you can make better vaccines. So that is where natural immunity went. There was only one solution, and that solution was with the vaccine. And this, unfortunately, is going to have serious ramifications in the future.
And that image speaks 1,000 words that you put up there at the end. And yeah, we've got to think about the future. What did we learn from the past, from the mistakes made, from the mind control that took place? And I don't mean that rhetorically. I mean literally mass formation. When you think of group psychology, that's the only thing that can explain this level of just incredulity that arises when you hear a brief history like this. I mean, Dr. Tim, doesn't it feel like we just lived through one of those, futuristic dystopian types of novels? It's like this just actually happened, and so much of that could just be seen in. We don't need so many years since then to be able to reassess this. We should have known it in lifetime, because all of this was coming out, like you said. Our listeners know Dr. Tim and I are going to be talking more. So I'm going to roll right to our next guest, Dr. Tim Pernick. Everybody, thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Tim. Dr. Wes Youngberg is a practicing lifestyle medicine specialist and clinical nutritionist in Southern California. He's one of the founding directors and the first fellow of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. And Dr. Youngberg told me that's the fastest growing area of medicine in medicine right now, right? The fastest growing method, the lifestyle medicine. He was trained at Loma Linda University, where he received a master's in nutrition and a doctorate in public health and preventive care. For many years, Dr. Youngberg served as assistant clinical professor for the schools of medicine and public health at Loma Linda University. He also spent 14 years as a medical missionary with the Guam Seventh-day Adventist, director of the Lifestyle Medicine Clinic, and lectures to medical and lay audiences all over the world. He has authored several books, including Goodbye Diabetes and Memory Makeover, How to Prevent Alzheimer's and Reverse Cognitive Decline. And we're not talking about those items. We'll do those on other interviews as we find the time, Dr. Youngberg and I will. But right now, I want to ask you this question for our audience. How do you figure out which side is right when you have these conflicting ideas? They're saying opposite things. How do we know who to believe? How do we figure out the difference between actual information and misinformation? And what's called misinformation may actually be correct information. So people start to get confused. Help us through this sort of dialogue.
Exactly, Scott. And that's why I'm going to take you through my journey of how I discovered what I felt would be good scientific evidence. So if we could just start with the slides right away, because there's a lot of information to cover here. My journey in this actually began in 2008. I just finished 14 years of medical missionary work on Guam and the Micronesian Islands. And I've been recruited to Temecula, California, halfway between Loma Linda and San Diego, to head up a lifestyle medicine program for a large family practice medical group, where one of the managing partners was actually had been with me in Guam and Micronesia. And while there, I met a Dr. Bucher. He was a physician that was he was just getting ready to retire after about 40 years of practicing primary care. And as he was introduced to me, the other doctor said, we really follow Dr. Bucher's 1-year rule. And I said, what is that? What's the 1-year rule? And he said, simply here, and I wrote it out for you, simply stated, this rule strongly discouraged prescribing any medication that had not been already used in the general public for at least 1 year. And I found that very interesting, because he was essentially saying that the FDA approved research, or basically the FDA approval process, in no way was seen as sufficient or effective in properly assessing risk within the general patient population. Of course, this was after the Merck Vioxx disaster that happened from 2000 to 2004, where 88,000 people had heart attacks, nearly half of which, 38,000, died specifically because of being on Vioxx, a medication that had been approved and licensed by the FDA. So, as has been pointed out already many times by Dr. Colburn and others, we have to actually be observers. We have to be good clinicians, and we have to stop relying on consensus papers, on medical societies that come up with their guidelines that are almost always skewed by some financial or corporate interest. And we need to be focusing on what we determine to be most effective and most safe in our practice. And so I just recently gave a 2-hour presentation to a bunch of family medicine residents. And I told them that stop focusing on what the guidelines say and start thinking for yourselves, pay attention to the guidelines, but come up with better information, because guidelines oftentimes create mediocrity in medicine. So what I want to point out is that I had so much information on this about a year and a half ago. In April of 2023, I was asked by Daniel Vieira at a Health and Healing Crusade to present a whole bunch of information. And I ended up doing 7 hours or 7 different presentations on this series called The Rise of Immune Deficiency, which is a major theme that we need to understand right now. We have literally, because of this vaccine, and also the bioweapon of the COVID virus itself, we know that has led us into a new era of immune deficiency. Literally, many people now have acquired immune deficiency of sorts because of what's been going on with the pandemic and with the vaccine. So we need to understand it's a very different era that we are now operating in, and we need to be doing everything possible to optimize the immune system because it's under attack every day. The COVID virus actually attacks the immune system in similar ways as HIV does. And so that's why it's going to be with us for forever. The COVID the COVID virus is never going to be eradicated. It's always going to be around, and it's always going to be affecting us. That's why we need preventive strategies and we need early treatment strategies. So the whole series was on the rise of immune deficiency, diabetes. And my expertise originally was in helping people reverse type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. And I noticed that during the pandemic, diabetes became a much bigger issue, partly because the COVID virus damages the beta cells of the pancreas, okay? But also the spike protein generated by the vaccine does the same thing, and it causes the beta cells to secrete amylin, which actually destroys the beta cells and gradually makes us more like a type 1 diabetic. So diabetes is a huge issue. Dementia is a huge issue. I noticed early on in the pandemic, in fact, in April, May of 2021, just a few months after the vaccine rollout, I noticed and I was alarmed by the fact that many of my patients that I was treating who had early Alzheimer's or moderate Alzheimer's or forms of mild cognitive impairment were coming back to me after 1 to 2 years of doing really well and actually reversing aspects of their dementia. They were saying, this program's not working anymore. Something's wrong. And so my job is to connect the dots and figure out what was wrong. And in fact, but they kept saying, something's wrong, something's wrong. So I kept trying to figure out what is it that they're not doing? What are we missing? And it took me literally a couple months to basically through my spreadsheets to figure out what was going on, because I always asked them, what was your decision? Without judging, what was your decision with regards to the COVID vaccine? And I discovered that those that had started getting vaccinated and were going through their initial 2 series of the vaccine were much more likely to be the ones concerned with something's not working anymore. I'm going backwards instead of forward. So that was a major observation on my part early on, that something terrible was going on. And I'll go over that a little bit. Blood clots, autoimmunity, and this is after COVID infections and vaccinations. So if you want to watch that series, it's on rumble.com. You just go to rumble.com, type in my name, Wes Youngberg, and you'll see the whole series on Daniel Vieira's web or channel. Okay, so, and you can also type in my name under YouTube to look at other recent talks I've given on how to optimize immunity and so forth. So let's jump right into this. So the bottom line is, I've always asked, how do we know? Your question, Scott, to me was, how do we know who to believe? And that's always a challenge within really any area of knowledge, you know, because there's so much controversy and so many differences of opinion. And so I remember my father-in-law once told me, he says, Wes, don't take classes, take teachers. I go, what do you mean, take teachers? He says, focus on studying with those who have the best reputations, who have a long track record of integrity, a long track record of publications and clinical good judgment. Don't focus on what the society's, you know, medical or white papers are. Don't focus on their guidelines. Focus on what the experts, the real experts, not the people who say they're the experts, but the actual experts who've done all the work. What do they say? And so I learned early on that because I used to teach debate in universities relative to health, and I taught my students. I said the winner of any debate has to actually have a better understanding of the other side's argument. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to counter those arguments. And so I started studying those who were strongly on the other side. And one of those individuals that I studied early in 2020 was Dr. Paul Offit. And he's widely recognized as one of the top vaccinologists in the world. He's published many studies. He has patents on various vaccines. And so during the 2020 time period, during the Operation Warp Speed, he was being interviewed by Dr. Howard Buchner, who's editor-in-chief of JAMA, also Dr. Eric Topol, who is the editor-in-chief of Medscape, which is one of the most popular online medical journals. And in it, he was raising, and this is actually the title of one of the interviews he did with Dr. Topol. He says, Dr. Paul Offit's biggest concerns about the COVID vaccines. Remember, this is during Operation Warp Speed, and you know, not everybody was happy about the fact that Trump might actually pull off a vaccine. Okay, so there was a lot of politicizing going on, and so here's just some of the things that started helping me develop in my mind concerns about the new modified mRNA platform, okay, where the mRNA wasn't even normal mRNA. It was genetically modified so that it would not break down. But even Dr. Paul Offit, when he was talking about this novel, amazing new platform, he was saying, hey, you know, mRNA is great because it gets used, it does its job, it gets broken down really quickly by the body's enzymes. Okay, but what he did say is that the whole purpose of modified mRNA is that it did not get broken down. It was genetically modified, so it would not be broken down very easily. Of course, we now know years later that this modified mRNA lasts for many, many months. Okay, and so does the spike protein that is generated genetically by that. Okay, so here are some of his concerns. He was concerned about initiating vaccinations in spite of minimal safety data. In fact, both he and the editor-in-chief were saying that even when this vaccine is approved by the FDA, we're going to have very minimal safety data. It's kind of like we're going to have to evaluate it as we go, okay, which was totally against public health policy. Okay, then he was also very concerned about what they refer to as antibody-dependent enhancement. This is really critical because this is one of the big problems with many vaccines, actually, but in particular, the COVID vaccine. It says where the vaccine actually, and the induced antibodies don't neutralize the virus. In other words, that's the whole theory behind the vaccination is you generate antibodies, and the antibodies basically inactivate the virus so it can't infect the cells, right? So that makes sense on the surface, but the problem is that many times these antibodies that are actually generated generate an enhancement of the virus getting into the cell. Okay, so this And then he said, and I quote, which certainly was a problem with the dengue vaccine. So he's acknowledging that there's other vaccines where actually more children died because of the vaccine and the infection that later came, because the vaccine actually encouraged the body to get sicker and to be more likely to die from the vaccine. Then he said this. He and even his editors that he was interviewing with did not trust the FDA decision-making process. And here's Dr. Paul Offit. He is one of the leading members of the FDA Advisory Committee on Vaccines, which is, of course, a non-binding group of advisors that are academicians that basically are providing this as their perspective, and the FDA, of course, didn't have to follow any of their advice. And then he goes on to say, we don't exactly have a consistent, reliable, science and evidence-based story from the FDA since the pandemic started. So he goes on, after saying all this in 2020, he goes on to vote along with all the other advisors of the FDA vaccine committee to unanimously approve the vaccine, even though for those of us who actually read the Pfizer documents that were presented to them, we can't comprehend how they could actually approve that. And that's another story. But if you're still thinking it was a good idea, read the actual Pfizer document, which is lengthy, but it pretty much, if you're paying any attention, tells you that this was not a good idea from the very beginning. Okay, and so then in September of 22, okay, Dr. Paul Offit is saying he no longer is recommending the booster. Okay, so he's actually now going against CDC guidelines, and he's saying, hey, he's actually, and I respected him for doing this. I still don't agree with much of what he says, but he was willing to at least say, hey, most people don't need any more boosters. And he was actually bringing up the issue that, if they didn't get the vaccine, very likely because of natural immunity, we don't really need boosters anymore. He did say, well, maybe if you're over 75, you might need it, in spite of the fact that earlier he was saying nobody above 65 should be getting the vaccine because they weren't studied at length to determine whether it was safe for them. Okay, so Dr. Paul Offit basically is here's somebody that was obviously very supportive of the vaccine initially, is now backing off on this to at least a degree. And so those individuals that follow the science of those type of leaders should pay attention to what Dr. Paul Offit said. Now, there are actually many people that Dr. Colburn and others discussed already, basically leaders in the field. And as I mentioned, the best debaters research both sides of the argument. I look at Dr. Tess Lawrie. Everybody on this list initially was actually, in my understanding, very supportive of the mRNA platform initially. Okay, until they realized from thorough research that it was a catastrophe. And so Dr. Tess Lawrie is one of the top evidence-based medicine consultants to the WHO and to other organizations. She actually did some of the original research, as Dr. Colburn suggested, with regards to ivermectin. She did that pro bono because she just wanted to show that the WHO and other organizations were actually being misled. Okay, and then I saw the pain in her face over that year and a half where she was trying to be supportive of these organizations and yet recognizing that they were giving horrible advice that was greatly endangering the public health. And so she's one of the greats, in my opinion, that should be followed and carefully evaluated. Dr. Harvey Risch from Yale University, a emeritus professor of epidemiology who focused his entire career at Yale on cancer prevention and early detection strategies, he learned very early on, based on his expertise, there was something very, very wrong with this COVID vaccine. And he was one of the first to share the concerns about what many lay people are referring to as turbo cancers, basically cancers that are happening far earlier than normal, than they should, decades before they should. And they're so aggressive that they develop and grow rapidly in several months of what normally would take several years. And so we are, because of the immune deficiency new era we're in a huge new era of cancer growth as well. More on that in a bit. Of course, Peter McCullough, many of us know. Dr. John Campbell, he was somebody that I started watching his YouTube, professorial type lectures that were really, really kind of quaint lectures that he gave with an overhead projector. But he has a huge following on YouTube now. And, for 2 years, he would do great interviews, and he was a great presenter of a lot of information, but he still was holding on to this issue that the vaccine is important, as many individuals did. But after a couple years, you could see the concern and the challenge that he was wrestling with. So eventually, about a year and a half ago, he just went all in and said, I was horribly wrong. I was giving bad advice. We should promote a moratorium on all mRNA vaccines. And so he's very, very aggressive anti the COVID vaccine because of what he has seen over the last 4 years. So watch Dr. Campbell. If you want to learn about the actual facts and the actual data, watch Dr. Campbell. Then we have the cardiologist, Dr. Ritsema Malhotra from the UK, who's a TV personality frequently on television talking about different health issues, especially related to cardiology. And he was one of the first doctors to go on TV strongly promoting the vaccine and following that narrative until his father died of a coronary event soon after the vaccine, which caused Dr. Malhotra to study that much more carefully and realized to his horror that his own advice that he was giving was actually dramatically increasing the risk of cardiovascular death. And so look at his research is powerful information. And then, of course, Dr. Colburn and others have mentioned Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Paul Merrick, both critical care physicians, top of their field academically, both lost their jobs over taking a stance on early treatment. All these people were pro-vaccine initially, pro-COVID vaccine initially, and they basically had no choice but to change their minds when they actually looked at the research and carefully evaluated the situation. So what I want to share next real quick is that there are 3 critical factors in determining appropriateness of any therapy. And so basically, number one, most often the main question becomes, is it effective? And of course, we all have heard the mantra for years that that the COVID vaccine was 95% effective. Well, bottom line is that this aspect or this question is actually the least important of the 3 questions, and its calculations, how it's determined, are often misleading. Okay, so because now it's clear that the vaccine did not prevent infection, did not prevent transmission, and that saying it did was actually disinformation. Okay, and so it is now coming out that many researchers and agencies knew that it did not prevent infection and did not prevent transmission, and yet they said it would. Remember, this is a pandemic of the vaccinated. Okay, it was actual disinformation. So there's many doctors who are now saying, why is it that the government agencies are at the foremost of actually giving disinformation while they're talking about shutting down other people for disinformation when actually what they're saying is true? Okay, so for instance, even if it was 100% effective in actually immunizing everyone against COVID, let's say for life, even if that was true, it comes with too high a price in suppressing the immune system and generating and promoting other, suppressing the immune system in general, rather, and then promoting other diseases. So the real question, anytime we look at any intervention, is that, okay, if there's benefit, like, okay, HDL increases HDL, okay, or alcohol rather increases HDL. Okay, does that mean it's good for you? Okay, and of course, like, well, now we know with the Surgeon General's new report that came out January 3, that alcohol actually causes cancer even in amounts less than 1 drink a week. Okay, so we have to actually always ask the question, if it's effective in doing one thing that seems good, what's the potential downside? So that's where much of science failed utterly, by not looking at the big picture. So is it safe is the second question. And then it is addressed, but with the COVID vaccines, the determination of safety only looked at a very short-term assessment, literally only up to about 2 months. That the people who were in the actual double-blind study, so to speak, that that most of them had less than 2 months follow-up. How could that possibly be considered to be a valid double-blinded study? It's completely a bad study in that respect alone. Okay, so even though the public health guidelines at the time required a minimum of a 2-year follow-up. Okay, so, and then, of course, I knew after reading the Pfizer study that they would unblind it immediately once the FDA approved it for emergency use. And in fact, certainly that's what they did. And by unblinded it, as was alluded to earlier, that basically negated any potential to see how safe this vaccine really was, or even how effective it was as well. Okay, so in other words, we don't really have the potential to look at good safety and efficacy data, except, as Dr. Bench mentioned, that you could see the change by looking at the population in different countries who chose not to do the vaccine versus those who did one or more vaccines. And that data needs to be collected, because that is going to be amazing data, and we'll see why that's so important. Okay, so note that the infections in the vaccinated group were not counted if occurring within the first 6 weeks of the initial vaccine dose. Dr. Paul Offit specifically mentioned that the initial and the second vaccine were actually given a month apart in the study, okay? And then you don't count anything for at least 2 weeks after the second dose. And then we have the British Medical Journal that documented the whistleblower reports that the Pfizer trial was not properly blinded in the first place. So those are all the reasons why you can't trust what they were saying initially. I pointed out the Surgeon General coming out with a major statement just on January 3 that alcohol caused cancer. Now, the process of cancer causation takes decades to establish with long-term studies, especially with something like alcohol or diet for that matter. But of course, we have known this relationship between alcohol and cancer for literally decades. Okay, but why is it being highlighted only now? Why is this only being reported by the Surgeon General 61 years after the big report on tobacco and cancer and tobacco and other health harms? Well, many doctors are now asking the critical question, why did this happen now? It's because there is a known huge surge of cancer coming all around the world associated with COVID, but mostly associated with the spike protein related to the vaccine, which generated because of the genetic vaccine. So that is one potential reason why this is being highlighted now, so that they can blame alcohol for this new cancer prevalence rather than the vaccine. So So because the mRNA vaccines and associated DNA plasmid contamination are both create undetermined amounts of genetically modified spike proteins that are cytotoxic, I personally, this is my statement and I stand by it. I personally, as a lifestyle expert, as somebody who's never smoked or drank in my life, I would rather smoke and drink than to take even one of the mRNA vaccines. That's how bad I believe it is. So that's why, people say, come on, Wes, why don't we just leave this alone? Water under the bridge. COVID is over. Let's just move on. And I say no, because people are still being coerced and inappropriately influenced to take boosters of the mRNA platform and to take other vaccines that are using the mRNA platform without any good, really safety data. They're being coerced to do that right now. So we have a responsibility in the field of medicine, in the field of public health, to let people know that there's a serious concern here. Okay. And, I recently, a couple of months ago, I did a major series on dealing with Alzheimer's at a church in Southern California. It was on World Alzheimer's Day in October. And during that time, I spent like 7 hours talking to this church, and not one person ever brought up the vaccine. So I never got around talking about it. I would have if they had asked me. But at any rate, a week later, one of the participants of the program came to see me because he was experiencing early forms of dementia and he wanted to address it right away. And I found out that just 2 days before, he'd gone to his HMO and he was strongly encouraged to get the mRNA Pfizer booster. And I felt really bad about that, because if I just mentioned in passing that I would strongly discourage this because of reasons that I've seen that it actually leads to decompensation neurally or neurologically in many of my patients, okay, then he would have potentially made that decision against that recommendation at his HMO. Okay, so in other words, what we're doing right now collectively has a great potential to save many people a serious amount of medical harm in the future. Okay, so number 3, and this is one that I have been addressing all along. I never felt that there was actually any purpose, any valid purpose for the vaccine. As Dr. Colburn mentioned, if ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine had been used even early on based on the research currently available, okay, it would have completely negated the need for many of the other novel, new, unproven methods. Okay, so I remember at my church in Fallbrook, California, in early 2020, I started doing presentations on what to do. How do you treat COVID? Okay, and we didn't have any research on how to treat COVID specifically, other than SARS-CoV-1. Okay, but we had a lot of information on how to deal with viral illnesses. There's a tremendous amount of research on how to deal with viral illness, which I'll go over in a second. And we gave away, every family in our church got a bottle of iodine that could be nebulized. Every family in our church were given free a big bottle of vitamin D liquid. And I even gave out a handout. You'll appreciate this, Dr. Colburn. I put a handout together based on Tess Laurie's research that every home should have a certain amount of ivermectin available just in case. Okay, and I actually handed that out at church, and a few physicians, friends of mine at the church, kind of challenged me on this, saying, "Well, wait a minute, the CDC says this is bad." And I'm saying to them, "What do you mean? Since when does the CDC, or the FDA for that matter, have a right to tell you how to practice medicine?" And we know how that's now panned out in the courts, and the FDA has backed off. They said, "No, we never told anybody how to practice medicine," even though they were, right? So in other words, we should actually do what we know to be right and stop worrying about what the agencies say, because they don't have really any authority in that respect. It's the corporate medical system that gives them authority inappropriately. And so that's why we need to have more people that think for themselves rather than letting your administration think for you. Okay, so bottom line, there's many other interventions already available. Let's just look at a couple of them real quick. It was mentioned earlier about vitamin D. Here's a one study I'm going to show on vitamin D. Number one, and just look at the title. It says it all. COVID-19 mortality risk correlates inversely with vitamin D3 status, and a mortality rate close to zero could theoretically be achieved at 50 nanograms per ml of vitamin D3. In other words, if you get your blood levels of vitamin D3 just above 50 nanograms per ml, which means you really need to either be in the sun a lot, but in the wintertime, that doesn't make hardly any difference. In most of the United States, you gotta take vitamin D. I have a whole lecture on that you can see on Rumble if you want to look at the actual data there. So bottom line is that even during the height of people dying from COVID with comorbidities, if they were obese or diabetic, etc., if their vitamin D blood levels were above 50, they would not die of cytokine storm. They were very unlikely to have a horribly negative outcome. And so just fixing vitamin D alone would have solved so many issues. Iodine, a lot of people still don't understand the value of iodine. And, I've been using it for 35 years in my practice. In 2009, Dr. David Derry published a review paper in a thyroid journal saying that iodine was the forgotten weapon against viral influenza. Okay, and basically, just read that review paper. It's amazing. He's basically, well, I don't have time to explain it, but here's one study that was published in January of 2021, where they used diluted forms of povidone. Like betadine is povidone iodine, 10% strength. You dilute it 10 to 1 or even 20 to 1. And the videos that I do will show you exactly how to do that. And you get basically, this is a cure for COVID all by itself. Look at after 3 days of 300 people, 600 people being randomized to either a control or to a treatment group with iodine 3 times a day, gargling, swishing it and up into the sinuses. And they basically showed that within 3 days, 90% of those that were doing the iodine, diluted iodine, actually no longer tested positive. 90% seroconverted right there, right? Or they no longer tested on PCR. Okay, and then more importantly, those who took the iodine were far less likely to be hospitalized. They were basically 7 times less likely to be hospitalized. They were 6 times to be less likely to be hospitalized requiring oxygen, and they were 8.5 times less likely to die from COVID, just simply doing iodine. So, and that was published early. Again, a whole presentation on that. I think presentation number 7 is on iodine and all the research. Iodine will kill any virus when it comes in contact with the virus. Any virus, you name it, it'll kill it. And so we need to know about that and still use that. And of course, I won't go over these, but there's Dr. McCullough published studies on showing what other natural interventions that could be used along with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, but natural resources that anybody can buy over the counter that were very powerful in breaking up spike protein. I'll just have that long enough so people can back it up if they need to. Okay, and sulfur. I won't belabor that because I got to get finished with this. Okay, and then we have Dr. Robert Redfield, which of course we all know was the CDC director at the height of the COVID pandemic, and he actually goes on to say that he was very disappointed in the lack of honesty. In other words, the lack of integrity of the government agencies associated with this crisis. And even though he was the director of the CDC, and he should have had, it was his mandate to be in charge, they did not let him be in charge because he did not believe in the mandates and he did not believe in the lockdowns. And he goes on to explain this in an interview on June 5 of 2024. He said, there was the decision not to do anything that made the vaccine sound like it didn't work. In other words, anything that would create vaccine hesitancy was strongly discouraged to the point of canceling people, even for telling the truth. Okay, when I did a major presentation in January of 2020 on how to use hydrotherapy for people who were sick with viral infections, okay, that was taken down immediately by YouTube, citing that I was promoting violence in the community. It was only a year and a half later that I understood really what they meant. They were being serious because anything that goes against the narrative that they're promoting is considered hate speech, and hate speech is violence. And so, fortunately, other platforms took on that video, and we promoted the appropriate use of hydrotherapy. Dr. Robert Redfield goes on to say that the spike protein is immunotoxic. So when you get infected, it's immunotoxic. But when you get the vaccine, we make the spike protein. And of course, what he's saying is when you get the vaccine, it's also immunotoxic. It's the spike protein that's immunotoxic. So we need to avoid the spike protein as if it's a toxin, which it is. Okay. And so doing genetic therapy to promote an ongoing and potentially an indefinite production of spike protein is one of the worst things possible. So we have to have an ongoing strategy to address and destroy and denature the spike protein properly. And there's many methods to do that. Okay, so he went on to say, and I'm quoting, when I give you the mRNA vaccine, I don't know how much spike protein you're going to make. And so that's why back in June of 2024, he said he's basically discouraging any use of the mRNA platform, especially related to COVID. Okay, so he says, because when you give the mRNA, which is a modified, genetically modified mRNA, then your body goes and makes it. You make it for a week, you make it for a month, who knows how long you make it. Okay, and of course, he's not even addressing the issue of the DNA plasmids, which were definitely found by multiple scientists in both Moderna and in Pfizer, which means that DNA plasmid could integrate with our own genome and basically be able to produce spike protein on demand indefinitely. And so we need to have a real aggressive approach to optimizing our immune system. So he actually, to be fair to Dr. Redfield, he promotes the Novavax non-mRNA COVID vaccine, which was not actually approved, but is authorized for emergency use. And because at least he says, I know how much spike protein you're going to get. So maybe it's a better choice, but of course it's still toxic, and there's all kinds of better choices to just avoid them altogether. Other journals have published studies on spikeopathy, basically how the spike protein is the pathogen from both the virus and the vaccine. So we need to keep that to heart. Here's a study that looked at how SARS-CoV-2 spike protein impairs DNA damage repair. This is huge. This is why there's so much immune dysfunction today, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And so this study was approved in September of 2021. It was published in October, and then 7 months later, in May of 22, it was retracted. Somebody with a lot of money or a lot of clout called up the publisher and basically got their way for it to be retracted, even though it was a fully peer-reviewed study. So whenever you run across a study that's retracted, pay a lot more attention to it, because it's probably telling you something that you really need to know. So bottom line is that this study found that spike protein localized in the nucleus, inhibiting DNA damage repair, in the BRCA1, the breast cancer suppressor genes. In other words, it suppressed the breast cancer suppressor gene, the very gene that protects women against and men against breast cancer. Was actually being suppressed. So, of course, you're going to get more breast cancer, but also the P53 tumor suppressor gene is being suppressed by this. And so that's why turbo cancers are definitely on the rise. And we need, as a medical and public health group, need to have solutions for people because it's a serious issue. Now, Dr. Angus Dalgleish, professor of oncology at St. George University in London, he's literally published over 500 studies in peer-reviewed medical journals. And he reported that early on in the vaccine rollout, he had melanoma patients who had been very successfully treated with immunotherapy for melanoma and had been stable for up to several years and in remission. He said soon after the second of the 2 initial mRNA injections, he noticed many unexpected reactivations of the cancer. So he became very, very clear in his concern about the rollout, calling for basically stopping all mRNA vaccinations. Now, so the question is, who do we trust? Okay, and one of the ways that we look at who do we trust is I'm much more willing to trust somebody like Dr. Colburn, who's had 40 years of clinical experience successfully using a medication off-label, but very successfully, very safely and effectively. I'd much rather trust you, Dr. Colburn, than some committee member at the FDA or some member who sat on a committee with the Endocrine Society or whatever medical society that says we should not test vitamin D anymore. Okay, I'm not going to believe them. I'm going to believe people who have experience. Another thing that Dr. Dalgleish stated, and this is really important, he said for decades they were perplexed as to why so many patients who were on immunotherapy or other forms of chemotherapy did not respond well to chemotherapy. And you know what? He just figured it out in the last 6 months. He said, we finally figured out that if the patient had a vitamin D blood level lower than 100 nanomoles or millimoles per liter, which in the US would be 40 nanograms per ml. So if you're lower than 40, you're going to be a sitting duck for cancer. You're much more likely to progress in cancer and not respond well to whatever your oncologist is trying to help you do. Okay. But if you're above 40, you respond much better. So in other words, this is the innate immune system has to be functional in order for you to be able to fight the battle against disease, including cancer. So that's very important to understand. And the last thing I want to cover here is you heard earlier about the Cleveland Clinic study. I have a very close friend who's in middle management at the Cleveland Clinic. And they told me that the Cleveland Clinic did not want to mandate the vaccine. But as was alluded earlier by Dr. Peronich, that the Medicare and the federal government said to them, if you do not mandate, they said this to all the clinics, including Cleveland Clinic, if you do not mandate this vaccine, we will not pay you anything we owe you from Medicare or from the federal government. And in most organizations, that's like 80+% of their total income comes from the federal government or Medicare. And so on that basis, they mandated it. But even then, the Cleveland Clinic noted, and the Department of Infectious Diseases published this study, and they found that still a full 25% of their population, 18 to 65, they refused the vaccine. No way we're going to do it, which is similar to the U.S. statistics. A full 1/4 of us in the U.S. said, no way, we're not going to do it. I don't trust it. I don't think it's safe. I don't really think it's that effective. And I don't really need it anyway because there's other ways to treat this. Okay, so what they went on to determine And here's the graph showing that with every dose above 0, okay, the risk of developing COVID later on went up by about 100%. And so if you had 3 or more doses, there was roughly a 300% greater risk of getting COVID later on. Okay, so even if there was an early benefit, which I don't really believe because they didn't even count the first 6 weeks, remember, a lot of people got COVID from the vaccine, right? They got horribly sick because of the vaccine. They didn't count that. So if they would have counted that, I would think there would have been a negative study the entire way. But, you know, even if something does benefit us short term, that's bad decision if the long-term damage is far greater than the potential initial benefit. Okay, so that's what we learned from the Cleveland Clinic study. So much so that this is what they said. Their summary of 48,344 working age Cleveland Clinic employees, those that were not up to date on COVID vaccination, had lower risk, substantial lower risk of COVID-19 than those who were up to date. And then they said the current CDC definition provides a meaningless classification and basically saying that we do not believe that the CDC goals of being up to date over and over again have any meaning now. In fact, I would say it has great meaning, which means you're more likely to have a problem if you're up to date. So don't be up to date is the bottom line. Okay, so, and then the last thing is that the basically my biggest concern, since I spent 80% of my time helping people try to optimize their cognition relative to Alzheimer's, the role that this has in neurodegeneration is very significant. And so I already told you that I noticed a major neurologic decompensation in early April, May of 2021. Okay, and so suggesting potential microthrombi development in the brain, okay, or damage to the endothelial cells, but also direct cytotoxic effect on the hippocampal neurons. And that's one reason I check a D-dimer now in all my patients, among many other tests. So lipid nanoparticles originally developed to carry chemo to the brain. So increased dementia risk should be expected with this vaccine. And then just recently had a manager of a San Diego-based neurology group practice for actually over 27 years now. And she told me that there's been recently a major shift in people in their 30s and 40s asking for neurologic consults that would normally only be required in people in their 60s and 70s. And so that's why she's very concerned. She's actually coming to me for that very reason. So as C.S. Lewis once said, you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending. Thank you.
Dr. Youngberg, this is a sobering wake-up call, but also empowering. You've given us practical ideas of how to do things better. I know folks are going to want to learn a lot more from you. We will link in the description to your 7-hour lecture, to your immune optimization series as well. And I just want to thank you, I'm sure on behalf of all the listeners, for being a part of this important panel discussion and being a consistent voice through COVID.
There's also that you put up for me on your Belt of Truth channel, the crisis of integrity, which goes along with what others have been saying.
We'll link to all 3 of those, the 4-hour, the 7-hour, and the multi-part immunity series. Just thank you again. And if you can stick around for the lightning round for later, but I know some of our panelists may need to go, so those who are here at the end, we'll still do that. But we'll transition now to our next guest, Timothy Jennings. Timothy R. Jennings, MD, is a board-certified psychiatrist, master psychiatrist, international speaker, Distinguished Life Fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, and Fellow of the Southern Psychiatric Association. He has served as President of the Southern and Tennessee Psychiatric Associations, Chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Health at Liberty University College of Osteopathic Medicine, and is President and founder of Come and Reason Ministries. Dr. Jennings has authored many books, including Could It Be This Simple? A Biblical Model for Healing the Mind, The God-Shaped Brain, The God-Shaped Heart, and The Aging Brain. In 2023, Jennings became the medical director at Honey Lake Clinic in Greenville, Florida. So, Dr. Jennings, talk to us about how were the events surrounding COVID in those years that we've just gone through, how were they so successful at causing Christian families and communities, people who love God, who have accepted Jesus as their Savior, to fracture, to divide, rather than unify in unity that is in the Christian faith? How did this happen?
And thank you, Scott, for having me and let me be part of this program. And also want to thank Dr. DeSong, and I appreciate all the other speakers who have gone before me and brought so much science. My focus as a psychiatrist is on the hearts and minds of people. And what happened during the pandemic was not restricted to a viral infection of the body, but along with a threat to our physical health, there was an attack on our minds and hearts, as evidenced by not only the increased rates of alcohol and drug use, domestic violence, anxiety and mood disorders that occurred and are still occurring, but is also seen by the impact the events have had on our families, communities, and churches. In my heart, I want to see healing for our families, our communities, and our churches, because I love our church, this church, and have such a heart burden for the mission that we have to share a message of mercy to lighten the world for the return of Christ. And I want us as a people to experience the unity that's inherent in our faith. And something happened during the pandemic that has interfered with that unity. If you're a leader in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, my heart goes out to you. I can't imagine the burden that you've had to bear. And if you were a leader during the COVID crisis, I empathize with you. I believe that every leader in our institutions is there because they love God and want to fulfill God's purpose. And the actions taken by our leaders were, I believe, intended to be a blessing to others and to be the outworking of their understanding of God's purposes. Yet somehow there's been division amongst our people. Many people feel betrayed, hurt, angry, and many leaders feel frustrated and confused for there was no decision they made that was intended to harm. They were only trying to help, and our people have been divided. I want to examine why. I want to start with an analogy that I hope will expose why there has been this split among good people on both sides who only want to do what they think is right. Consider two groups of people humbly motivated to learn mathematics and to always be accurate in answering problems and, to the best of their ability, get the answers to the problems right. They both have the same textbook, metaphor for the Bible. They both study it diligently. One group studies to learn the answers to every example problem as recorded in the text. They learn that 2 + 2 = 4 because the textbook says so. They learn the correct answers to many other example problems that are recorded in the book. And they share these true answers with people, telling them that the math textbook said it, they believe it, that's all there is to it, and provide answers with page references so that anyone can look the text up for themselves and see their answer is correct. The other group also studies the textbook and learns that 2 + 2 = 4, but not because the textbook says so, but because they have learned from the book the laws of mathematics. They understand how to apply the laws of addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, which are reality-based laws that the Creator built into the operations of his universe and are unchangeable. For years, both groups live in harmony, teaching the same answers to the same problems presented in the textbook. But then one day, a new problem faces the community that's not in the textbook. The first group goes to the textbook, searching faithfully and prayerfully for wisdom, and they conclude that this problem is not in the book. Therefore, it's not a religious liberty or spiritual problem, because the answer is not there. The other group, understanding the design law principles of mathematics, apply those principles, those laws, and come to the conclusion that, in fact, this is a religious liberty, spiritual issue of conscience, and conscience should not be coerced. And the previous harmonious group is now divided, both groups doing what they believe is best. Had the government mandate been, rather than taking an experimental injection, that in order to treat COVID, every person must eat one piece of pork bacon, I have no doubt that our church would not have split. Those who understand the principles of conscience would have understood that you can't coerce conscience and resisted the move. And those who read the text to memorize the correct answers had an example problem that would have given them the answer to that problem, and there would have been no disagreement, no split. I believe these events around COVID stand and function for our generation as the Roman army surrounding Jerusalem in AD 70. And then they backed away for a brief time so that all those loyal to Jesus could escape. What we saw during COVID was a worldwide coalition of governments unite within days to enact common policy that restricted both religious and civil liberties and coerced consciences. And now the governments have backed off, and we have a brief period of time to prepare ourselves for the final assault that our church has been warning the world about since its inception. We must learn to embrace the principles of God and move away from merely memorizing the answers to the problems in the text, because the next worldwide coalition and assault will be much more intense than what happened during COVID, and is very likely to include aspects that are not exactly and precisely exampled in the text. When Satan cannot get good people to choose evil goals, his strategy is to get people to pursue a good goal, but to use his evil methods. And because the goal is good, those who haven't understood the difference between the methods of God and the methods of Satan are vulnerable to following the enemy while believing they're advancing God's cause. After all, it is a good goal to seek to save lives. But what methods are we willing to employ to achieve the goal? We can never win God's cause by using Satan's methods. We believe that before Christ returns, that the saved will be sealed of God, and the seal is not a mark that we can see, but being so settled into the truth intellectually and spiritually that we cannot be moved. Intellectual, our minds, our beliefs, our understandings of truth, the methods of actions we choose, the science of our comprehension of reality from the indwelling spirit of truth. Spiritually, our heart, our animating energy, the motive to action, our song, the affections that drive us of love for God and others from the spirit of love. Satan attacked both during COVID. Our minds were attacked with lies and corrupt methods, and our spirits were attacked with fear, and selfish motives. And when I unpack a 9-step process used to manipulate minds, you will see that the lies were used to not only confuse, but to inflame fear and a sense of helplessness and a willingness to surrender thinking to follow voices of authority, ultimately practicing methods contrary to the methods of God. I heard many non-medical persons distraught because the medical information was too technical, too confusing, too contradictory. But it wasn't actually necessary to know the technical science to discern the truth on this particular issue. All you had to do were follow the methods. Healthy, godly methods are truth, love, freedom, and openness. Truth loses nothing by investigation and questioning. Those who are practicing godly principles are eager to have their ideas, their hypotheses, their data, their positions examined and corrected with new evidence, new facts, new reality-based truths. But those who are promoting falsehood do not want truth, and they cannot tolerate openness. Thus, they use the methods of lies, coercion, control, secrecy, media control, censoring, silencing, diverting attention from facts to accusation, terminating from employments, threats, fines, external punishments, replacing actual evidence with claims, proclamations, and statements from people in places of authority. These two methods were abundantly clear during the COVID crisis, and these two methods will be contrasted again when the next crisis comes around. So in my closing, I'm going to go through a brief 9-step process that was used to manipulate minds and get people to make choices that they would not have otherwise made had these methods not been used. If you'd like a full 50-minute presentation on these 9-step methods, go to comeandreason.com and search for COVID in your mind. Step 1, create or identify some threat. The more nebulous, the better. The goal of the threat is to incite fear. Fear, when your fear circuits of your brain are active, they impair your critical reasoning circuits and cause one to become more self-focused. And with a nebulous threat, a threat you can't identify with your senses that God has given you, it makes or increases the sense of helplessness, which makes people willing to listen to voices of authority. Step 2, purposely misinform, lie, to exaggerate the danger in order to increase the sense of fear. I will just give a brief statement of a few of the lies, and there are way many more. But here are just a few of the lies that were designed to increase fear. The virus is virulent, killing up to 3.4% of the population at large. That was known from the Wuhan outbreak to be a lie. It was known in Wuhan that 3.4% of the hospitalized sick died, but in population at large, it was no more lethal than the seasonal flu. The virus is highly life-threatening to children, another known lie. Community mask wearing can stop the spread in the community, a lie. 6 feet of separation is necessary for stopping the spread. The experimental mRNA injections are, quote, vaccines that will prevent infection, provide herd immunity, and stop spread. That was known before they were released that would not occur. In the data, they knew that none of that would occur. It was a lie from the beginning. The pandemic is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The vaccines are, quote, safe. An impossibility since they've never been actually tested and proven to be safe. The number of COVID deaths reported by the government are accurate. Lockdowns are effective in stopping spread and reducing deaths, and many, many more. Those are just some of the lies that were told. Step 3, present conflicting messaging to increase uncertainty in order to undermine the ability of people to resolve the threat on their own. Do you remember some of the uncertain messaging? You're safe until the vax. Well, not one vax, but 2. Well, not 2, but boosted. No masks only if indoors. Masks indoors and outdoors. 1 mask, 2 masks, 3 masks, N95 masks, constant back and forth. And masks on airplanes unless you're eating. Then of course the virus won't spread. So contradictory messaging, and the purpose of the contradictory messaging was to create uncertainty, because now you have no idea what to do or where to step, which makes you more vulnerable to listen to voices of authority. Step 4, provide a voice of authority to direct you to what to do. And we all know who that voice of authority was. Step 5, present the sense of group acceptance. This was achieved through controlling the media and silencing all the voices and other evidences that you've heard from other speakers in this program that would have refuted the lies. Step 6, prescribe specific actions that may or may not reduce the threat. These prescribed actions, like wearing a mask, were intended to cause people to not only feel less helpless because now they're doing something, but it gets a buy-in. You're taking action. Now you become part of the process and you're more willing to comply and go along. Step 7, silence dissent. And step 8, add new threats to increase the fear. Those were all the threats to finance, licensure, travel, scholarships, etc. And then step 9, repeat steps 2 through 8 over and over again, which happened. How many people would have complied if they were told from the beginning, and all of this was known from the beginning, SARS-CoV-2 is no more dangerous than seasonal flu? The quote, vaccines are experimental with no long-term safety data. The quote, vaccines won't prevent infection, spread, or reinfection. There'll be no herd immunity. Masks provide no benefit in preventing community spread, and early home treatments are safe and effective in the majority of cases. If that had been told from the beginning, how many would have complied? That's why it wasn't told. So how to protect your mind moving forward? Step 1, when you find yourself being afraid, seek God. Neurobiologic brain studies show that when you seek a God of love, it calms the fear circuit, improves prefrontal cortex function. You have better critical reason problem-solving skills. 2, commit yourself to godly principles, truth, love, and freedom, that you will choose to practice in governance of yourself, these principles and how you treat others. 3, think for yourself. 4, watch the methods. Don't get caught or lost in the information. One of the founders of the Seventh-day Adventist Church wrote the following in the book Desire of Ages, page 487. It is no part of Christ's mission to compel men to receive him. It is Satan and men actuated by his spirit that seek to compel the conscience. under a pretense of zeal for righteousness. Men who are confederated with evil angels bring suffering upon their fellow men in order to convert them to their ideas of religion. But Christ desires only voluntary service, the willing surrender of the heart under the constraints of love. There can be no more conclusive evidence that we possess the spirit of Satan than the disposition to hurt and destroy those who do not appreciate our work or who act contrary to our ideas. 6, prioritize facts over feelings. 7, prioritize evidence over opinion, even the opinions of people in office. That was 6. 7, be careful who you trust. 8, resist group pressure, tolerate rejection. And 9, ask questions, voice your disagreement. The data shows if one person voices a question and disagrees with the group, there'll be many other people in the group who also have questions but are afraid to speak up, who will also speak up. And this kind of group think will be broken, and more questions will be asked. I encourage you to learn from COVID and learn from these events, to discern the methods of God from the methods of this world, and choose to apply to yourself the laws in how of God in how you treat others. Because as you choose to apply those methods to yourself and how you treat others, this is how God writes his law upon your heart and mind. And because the next event is coming, and it is going to actually be more intense than this last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jennings. That was right up my alley. This is the kind of idea that I really enjoy engaging with and speaking on myself. It really spoke to affirming what I think a lot of our listeners know and believe from God's word. And that quote from The Desire of Ages, I literally just read that 2 days ago. So, I was right with you. I knew where that was going. There is no sign that you are in league with Satan than if you have this impulse to compel others, meaning coercion, force, mandates, right? So
Yes.
thank you for being a part of this. And just that, have you written that? Is that an article that can be read as well?
So that was a summary that I just took
Okay.
from the program that I did on my website. And on my website, I have a very long 4-part series in writing with these steps broken out, and they are in my blogs on my website.
Excellent, excellent. So I hope folks, look at the expanded version of that, because that outline really nails it. And if we get that, if we understand God's methods versus Satan, we don't need to fall on our face again as a people. We can be in unity in the bond of peace. So, Dr. Jennings, thank you for joining us for this program. I really appreciate your contribution to this.
Thank you.
Transition to our next guest, Ricky Kearns. Born in apartheid-era South Africa, Ricky Kearns brings a compelling perspective shaped by personal experience and a lifelong dedication to faith and service. A naturalized U.S. citizen with a master's in divinity, he has served as a medical missionary and church planter alongside his wife, Carmen, and their children, Eliana and Tobin. Ricky's work is deeply informed by the Adventist Great Controversy theme, blending his roles as a nurse, historian, and student of prophecy to explore the intersection of personal belief, liberty of conscience, and societal freedoms. Drawing from his firsthand experience with apartheid's injustices and the challenges of modern crises like COVID-19, Ricky connects historical struggles for freedom with contemporary issues. His unique insights resonate with both scientists and everyday people, emphasizing the enduring importance of and the cosmic conflict between faith and ideology. Boy, that's well put. Given the historical and ideological tensions, Ricky, between Darwinism and Adventism, most of the speakers, most of those participating here are Seventh-day Adventist Christians. There are obviously ideological tensions between Darwinism and Bible-believing Christianity, if we may call it that, especially with this great controversy theme, and God is our creator. How do you see these two worldviews, Darwinism and Adventism, shaping the broader religious and societal landscape today, especially in light of Protestantism's evolving stance on creation and evolution?
I want to first thank you so much, Scott, for having me on the Belt of Truth, and also to Margaret, Dr. Margaret Song, for inviting me here. The question is a profound question, and it's something that has formed the fulcrum for me as to see what we've experienced in the last few years. As the foundation of the modern scientific approach to health and healing, the influence of Charles Darwin on the teaching of man's origin needs to be carefully considered. It is in direct opposition to the third angel's message, God's final call to mankind. Could this be an attack on the first angel's message that we have not anticipated? In other words, fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made the heavens, the earth, the sea, the fountains of water, natural immunity as well. Could it be throwing that out just to prime the premise that I'm about to make? The reason that we have not anticipated this, I believe, is due to our departure from the true nature of man as being indivisible, and not having followed God in our educational system, whose purpose was to undo dualism, which is treating the body and the spirit separately. I think we've become systematic, or it's been, dualism has become systemic. In other words, there's a divide between the body and the mind, and therefore they operate in two different aspects of our lives. But that I'm throwing out over there also as a possible reason. Yeah. Darwin's theory, on which modern science is based, has the seed of this duress that Dr. Tim Jennings has so masterfully pointed out as to the methods used to come to follow the insistence of what science apparently shows. I truly believe that it was Darwinism and the evolutionary biology that has driven these mandates subconsciously, I'd say, because of its because of the nature of what we're dealing with. So I will try to show that there's actually a prophetic marker that we have not been keen to actually identify, because we've been specifically waiting for the mark of the beast. If you look at Revelation 13, it's interesting to note, if you read it through carefully, there are two, and I didn't put it in my slides, or it didn't show up in my slides. There are two markers, at least. There is something called the image to the beast, and there's something called the mark of the beast. The image to the beast and the mark of the beast. And so the premise is that there has been an oversight that we've had prophetically, that I think we need to reconsider and realize that what has happened in the last 4 years has been quite prophetic. But I want to just advance and show okay. So here we go. So I'm calling this faith and science in collision. The idea of Babylon is fallen. I believe that it entails more than just a spiritual aspect. And I'd like for us to consider the journey with two, do a journey tracing two rivers of health, two rivers of science, and two rivers of health. This is how we will commence. There's an amazing statement. It is, the Bible is its own expositor. Scripture is to be compared with Scripture. The student should learn to view the word as a whole and see the relationship of its parts. He should gain a knowledge of the grand central theme of God's original purpose for the world, of the rise of the great controversy, and of the work of redemption. He should understand the nature of the two principles that are contending for supremacy, and should learn to trace their workings through the records of history and prophecy to the great consummation. He should see how the controversy enters into every phase of human experience, how in every act of life he himself reveals the one or the other of the two antagonistic motives, and how, whether he will or not, he is even now deciding on which side of the controversy he will be found. That's taken from a book, Education, which is a powerful book if you haven't read it yet. But not only are we told that we should that he should look at the great controversy as it enters into every phase of human experience, here is a thought that I found encouraging as we try and understand what has happened, especially over the last 4 years. The statement is, the theme of greatest importance is the third angel's message, embracing the messages of the first and the second angels. All should understand the truths contained in these messages and demonstrate them in daily life. In other words, there's a very practical aspect to these messages, for this is essential to salvation. We shall have to study earnestly, prayerfully, in order to understand these grand truths, and our power to learn and comprehend will be taxed to the uttermost. Here is another thought for us to consider as we move forward. The corruptions since 1844, the message of the fall of Babylon, as given by the second angel, is repeated with the additional mention of the corruptions which have been entering the churches since 1844. The work of this angel comes at the right time to join the last great work of the third angel's message as it swells to a loud cry. And the people of God are thus separated to stand in the final hour of temptation, which they are soon to meet. I saw a great light resting upon them, and they united to fearlessly proclaim the third angel's message. What does this mean? This means that in Revelation 10, it was mentioned to prophesy again to a group of people that were rather disheartened and discouraged when they were disappointed and they anticipated Jesus' second coming in 1844. But in Revelation 10, there is an adjunction to prophesy again. And here is when they are to prophesy again, and when the second angel's message is to be repeated with the additional mention of the corruptions which have been entering the churches since 1844. Have you ever considered what these corruptions were since 1844? I have a book in my possession which opened up to me this incredible dynamic of the corruption since 1844, and it's called God's Challenge to Modern Apostasy. The author is F.D. Nicol, But in the preface to the book, we have this incredible insight by George McCready Price. Do you know who George McCready Price is, Scott? George McCready Price was the gentleman that was instrumental in helping the Protestant world have answers against the arguments of Darwin's, the geology of Charles Lyell, on whom Charles Darwin relied in his establishing the theory of evolution. This is what George McCready Price says to us. Darwinism and Adventism arose at about the same time. They have developed side by side, and the one is the exact antithesis of the other in all important respects. Both are of worldwide scope and design, and in the very nature of things, they are mutually exclusive, so that inevitably there must arise a life and death struggle between them. Protestantism, almost en masse, has already abandoned the distinctive basis of both apostolic Christianity and the Reformation, and has gone over bodily to the belief in organic evolution. Because of this abandonment of the fundamentals of Protestantism, many of the intellectual leaders of the world have felt themselves forced to flee into the open arms of the Roman Church if they are to have any religion at all. The Southern Cross, a Roman Catholic paper, printed in South Africa, expresses the case, quote, "It is the liberalizing of Christianity by the Protestant churches today which has brought about the trek towards Rome." 4 points would have been enough, but George McCready Price goes on. He says, "It now looks as if this movement away from Protestantism and toward the Roman position would go on until the two groups would soon be found working in unison for the radical reshaping of Occidental civilization towards some entirely new social program." I'm going to pause here real quick. What we faced in the last 4 years is not just what we are talking about here on this program. It is the radical reshaping of Occidental civilization towards an entirely new social program. He goes on to say, George McCready Price does, if and when this combined economic and religious crusade accomplishes its objectives and the unified forces of modernism and Romanism become the virtual dictators of Occidental life. Another word for Occidental life is Western life. Oriental is Eastern, Occidental is Western. So the author is saying here, when modernism and Romanism become the virtual dictators of Western life, economically, socially, and religiously, the timeliness of the Adventist message of protest will become startlingly clear. And here's his last point. At the final showdown, there can be no possible doubt that the Sabbath, the official memorial of a literal creation and an everlasting protest against evolution and all that implies, will become the appropriate mark of differentiation between Seventh-day Adventists and the rest of the people. And if at that time the world has taken the additional step in apostasy of changing the calendar, thus causing a further obscuring of the historical seventh-day Sabbath of the Bible, there will then remain such a clear-cut issue that no one needs to be muddled or confused. All who are determined to remain true and loyal to the Creator must join with the Seventh-day Adventists in honoring the divine memorial of the birthday of the world. And this is George McCready Price. looking at what our time, going forward, I'd like to just start into this journey down these two rivers of health, and how it relates to as it relates to our subject today. There were two views of man and disease in history at different junctures: 1844, 1876, 1918, and 1920, or 2020, which is a COVID. Let's quickly go into just an overview real quickly. In 1844, there was a teaching on the state of man, which a renewed teaching of the state of man as united, not separating body and spirit, but treating man as one, as a whole. The message coming, fear God and give glory to him, as I started out, came by a man by the name of William Miller. But at the same time, the origin of the species by Charles Darwin was in draft form. It was eventually published in 1859, but it was in draft form in 1844. And Charles Darwin was the one who started that story. Essentially, there were two competing premises, with with the biblical view showing that man was getting less and less because of sin, and Darwin's thought that from amoeba to shellfish to shells to fish to mammals, and man to Superman and demigods, essentially two competing paradigms. Charles Darwin's Origin of the Species, as I said, in 1859, was premised on Charles Lyell's teaching that was published in 1831. But in 1876, you had these views of man and the views of science enter into the area of health and healing. We have in 1876, of course, the centennial of America, and we also had the founding of the. There were two journeys of health. One was a place called Battle Creek, with John Harvey Kellogg's teaching on health, and at the same time, the founding of Johns Hopkins University and their view of health. There was a call and there was a founding. We do not have much time to get into that right now, but I can say that these, if we travel down those two different roads, we're going to find that the one was premised on evolution. This was the founding of Johns Hopkins University, and the other was premised on God's treating man as a whole. In 1918, you have a wonderful case study of Dr. Ruppel, where he shows after the pandemic these two systems, the test during the pandemic of 1918, where the John Harvey Kellogg paradigm used was 6 times more effective than the paradigm that Johns Hopkins University employed. For clarity's sake, vaccines at that point were not the issue, but what was at issue was this two different views of disease and the two different views of how disease is treated. I believe that with when you trace it out, when we get down to when we get down to 2020, I have documented here, and because of the time, I'm going to make it short. We'll find that the vaccine and the mRNA, the mRNA platform is premised on phylogenetics, which is the identification of different bacteria and viruses and microorganisms on a timeline, on an evolutionary timeline, and the reliance on that phylogenomics largely informs, I believe, what the mRNA and the DNA platforms are now pushing forward. So my premise is this. My premise is that not only, if you follow Dr. Jennings's advice to look at the methods employed in trying to get people over the line as being ungodly or using force and coercion, whereas the other one of informed consent and an appeal to informed consent and the will of the person and conscience, those are important. But I believe that what's driving this need is not for us not to follow the money, but for us to follow the worldview. And now this brings back a rather stern indictment against those of us in the medical field. I believe that we are on the plane of Dura. And the choice for us is, are we going to bow down and follow this method of government, because it was a government, it was an image that was set up by a government, and ask for compliance by that government. And so the bottom line is my argument, I believe, and I believe Scripture and history will bear this out, that it is a battle between God's method, natural immunity, versus man's method, coerced science and coerced medicine. And with that, I will just wrap things up and leave it at that.
Theologically, philosophically, don't we? And that is a science in and of itself. It is a form of gathering evidence, understanding the foundations upon which we stand. And then we know that those foundations are. And your contribution to that conversation has been highly valued and pretty eye-opening stuff in there. I think people are like, oh, whoa, at certain moments of that. So thank you for your research. And if you want to stick around to, we have one more speaker, and then we get to hear from everybody for one more minute who's been able to stay around through the totality of the program. So let's go now to our last presenter, Dr. Joyce Che, who's MD and MPH and a board-certified ophthalmologist. She has been in practice for over 20 years and is a health educator and co-founder of medmissionary.com, an online ministry that was formed in 2021 to provide biblical health education and training. She is also co-author of the Autoimmune Plant-Based Cookbook, a cookbook that was written to provide Christians with a plant-based paradigm for healing the gut and recovering from food-sensitive autoimmune disease. She and her partner Mercy Ballard, they run the ministry together, are on YouTube most Sabbaths for their Sabbath afternoon podcast for Med Missionary, and those who listening, Sabbath meaning Saturday afternoon, who are not understanding the Seventh-day Adventist perspective there. Dr. Joyce, I just want to ask you a bigger picture question than really we've tackled in this whole series of presenters.
So thank you, Scott and Margaret, for having me. And today we're going to be talking about our vaccines based on good science. Considering that the theme of our panel is to trust the science, today I wanted to look at the paradigm and the science behind vaccines, especially in regards to the polio virus and its vaccine development. I wanted to share about number one, how to know true from false science from the perspective of the Bible. Number two, what are the biblical principles that have been broken in vaccine science? And number three, why it is so important to stay true and consistent to the Bible when one is going through pandemics. So this is my presentation. Science is simply a systematic way of observing, identifying, and thereby explaining a phenomenon. Now, it's very important to understand these principles, though. The Bible tells us that there is a difference between false and true science. In 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20, it says, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called." It says here that the characteristics of true science, that God is the foundation of everything. All true science is in harmony with his works. All true education leads to obedience to his government. Science opens new wonders to our view. She soars high and explores new depths, but she brings nothing from her research that conflicts with divine observation. There are three things that true science harmonizes with when I look at that passage. Number one, true science harmonizes with God's word. Number two, with God's works. And number three, with God's character. And I think that if we look at science and how well it does this, that we won't go wrong. And it is when we have this faith-saving relationship with Jesus, when we know him in relationship with him, that as we praise him, as we are being changed by him, that his way is made known upon the earth, his saving health among all nations. And as we're thinking about the image of God and the principles of his character that these principles of health should be consistent with, I think it's important to remember that Hebrews 13, verse 8 says that Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so these principles that we find in the Bible yesterday should be consistent and true for today and for forever. The other thing about this is that according to this passage, the Bible is the most instructive history that men possess. It came fresh from the fountain of eternal truth, and a divine hand has preserved its purity throughout all the ages. It lights up the far distant past where human research seeks vainly to penetrate. So today, where we're seeing so much where people talk about evidence-based medicine only, and we don't even want to consider Bible principles, that we have to consider how much do we truly believe the Bible if we cannot use it in times of necessity such as pandemics. So within this framework, I'd like to look at the first polio vaccine. This was developed by Dr. Jonas Salk. It was the inactivated polio virus that was licensed and it was put on the market in April of 1955. You may not be aware, but polio is actually a rare RNA virus-caused disease, and most of the people who are infected with it have asymptomatic disease. I know that sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Something like that happened with COVID. 1% to 2% develop acute polio, which is characterized by paralysis. Less than 1% of infections results in paralysis, however. And humans are the only host. Transmission is fecal oral, meaning through ingestion. So this is an interesting graph. You can see that it shows polio cases and deaths since 1900. And if you look at the first big spike here, that first big spike is 1916. And then somewhere around here where there's a larger, broader spike, down here where you see the incidence going down, that is 1955, around the time that the polio vaccine came on the scene. So it's certainly does look like the vaccine might have helped. Interesting. Now, I find all of this very interesting because, if you think about the principles that God gave to us in the Word, we see in Leviticus that he's given to us a lot of instruction on sanitation. And I would think that polio was a disease that should have been controlled by sanitation, simply because it was something that was transmitted fecal orally. And I would think that with better sanitation, that we should be able to get a hold of this. However, maybe in the 1900s, while New York had significantly improved in sanitation since the 1800s, because late 1800s was when their sanitation department developed, maybe it still was not good enough. The tenements were still very crowded. You can see a picture of what it looked like here. It would be certainly very difficult to get clean water, to have a place to go to the bathroom and this kind of thing. And you can see 1916, this was the Women's Municipal League of Boston Bulletin reporting that over $91 million worth of damage. That's $91 million, their money, that was done on an annual basis by rodents in New York City. Amazing. So maybe sanitation wasn't good enough, and so we needed something else. However, let's look at the history. It says here, 1908 was when the polio virus was identified. 1910, interesting, because 1908, late 1908 was when the polio virus was identified. And about a year later, Simon Flexner, he gets a lab together with the Rockefellers and develops a monkey model for polio. The only way that they were able to cause monkeys to develop polio, because humans are the only host, they had to inject polio virus into a monkey brain. And so you can imagine, to get all of these monkeys and to develop the virus, that you had to kill, you had to sacrifice a lot of monkeys. Really interesting that he developed the Rockefeller polio multivalent strain in 1914. And just 2 years after that, the polio epidemic begins in Brooklyn, New York, not too far from his lab. And in 1949, that's when larger numbers of polio developed, especially after the DPT vaccine and DDT came on the scene. So here is an article that's questioning, where did the virus come from? And they question and they look at the epidemiology, and they're like, very interesting that this epicenter was very close to that lab. And as people were further out from the epicenter, there were less and less cases. The other thing that was interesting about all of this is this issue of polio provocation, in which paralytic polio is provoked by medical interventions like tonsillectomies and vaccination. And if you look into it, there are papers that do talk about this, such as this one, which talks about tonsillectomies, and the last one that talked about DPT. And we continue to see that phenomenon. So I talked about the first biblical principle, sanitation. The second biblical principle, kindness to animals. There's a text here in Proverbs 12, verse 10, that talks about how a righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. When we're doing studies on polio viruses, you have to inflict significant cruelty on these animals. Because humans are the only host. They're unable to infect these animals by the oral route. They had to inject their brains with the polio virus. And because, look at this, it says here, practically, this is from a newspaper in 1916, and this is a call for monkeys to save the nation's babies. Practically all that is known about infantile paralysis has been learned through experiments on monkeys in laboratories. Now, monkeys do not contract this particular illness, but in some ways, they are so much like man, they offer the greatest chance for experiments. So that was the science of their day. These monkeys don't even get polio, but we are going to study polio these animals because in other ways they're very similar to man. So thousands of monkeys suffered and were sacrificed. I told you about Simon Flexner. Incidentally, Simon Flexner, doesn't that name sound very familiar? His brother is Abraham Flexner, who was hired by the Rockefellers and Carnegie to go to all the medical schools and to write the report that in 1910 totally changed the pace of medical education in the United States. Very interesting that his brother was so involved with this research and developed the Rockefeller polio multivalent strain that was used for decades to study the polio virus and vaccine. Now, to perpetuate and increase or decrease virulence, they had to pass this virus through monkey after monkey after monkey through decades. And when Jonas Salk was researching his Salk vaccine, he went through at least 50 monkeys a week to be able to get their kidneys to grow the virus in. Now, this leads me to the third biblical principle that the Bible calls us to worship God only and not to worship any other God. It always results in violence. It says here in Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 17, "Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence." Now, you may not think of science as being a religion, but evolution is the paradigm that science today is built upon. And it is essentially a religion that there is no God. You can worship any other God, but not this God who is the creator God. And I would like to put out there that if you're going to base your science on the wrong paradigm, you will most likely end up at the wrong conclusion because you're using the wrong model and you're going to have the wrong interpretation of wrongly obtained science. This was why monkeys were used in these studies. This is also why when we are doing studies on, for instance, other vaccines, Pamela Acker, in her interview that I did with her, she shared with me that when she was studying HIV, that she was responsible for attaching to the capsid of bacteriophages, which are viruses that infect bacteria, that she was responsible to attach onto this capsid protein from a monkey, protein from a hamster, and then protein from a human. And so why is that? It's because the evolutionary thought is that we are all animals in this evolutionary primordial soup. Now, I told you that if you worship a false god, you will end up with violence, you will end up with death. And you see this here also in a very overt way. The biblical principle is that thou shalt not kill. But the study of vaccines has necessitated murder. In 1936, Albert Sabin and Dr. Olitsky, they started to study the polio virus, whether it could be grown in human cells. And the way they obtained their human cells was through an abortion of a 3 to 4 month old baby. So this was fetal tissue that they then combined with the mixed virus from the Rockefeller Institute that had been produced by Flexner in 1914 and had been kept for decades by numerous intracerebral passages in monkeys. So you can see just how dark all of this is. And they give thanks to Dr. Lance Monroe from the Bellevue Hospital. It's just very interesting that the Bellevue Hospital is the oldest public hospital in the United States. And it's the first hospital to have a psychiatric unit. It's thought of essentially as a psychiatric hospital because it has so many psychiatric patients in it. And if you were not aware, back in those days, it was thought that these people who had psychiatric issues, that they were lesser humans. Many times they were given medical treatments without, I believe, their consent. Just because of what I know of the sterilization practices J.N. Andrews says that one of the most shocking and yet most prevalent sins of this generation is the murder of unborn infants. Let those who think this is a small sin read Psalms 139, verse 16. They will see that even the unborn child is written in God's books. So now, Salk, when he was doing his human trials, he also administered the vaccine to people who were not so able to give their consent. For instance, at least one of the two institutions where he administered the vaccine was to the D.T. Watson Home for Crippled Children. And just using one glass syringe that he shared with all the kids, because disposable syringes had not been invented, he really did believe in this. He also injected himself, wife, and children in the kitchen. And yes, but you can see that all throughout this, that vaccine studies did involve the use of violence towards other people. And the way that they were able to do that was to think that certain people had less value. According to the Bible, each life has value. The Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. We all have value. And yet you can see that if you believe in evolution, this paradigm of natural selection, survival of the fittest, that eugenics would be a natural outcome of that kind of thinking. And some of these other programs like medical assistance in dying, abortion or Planned Parenthood, sterilization. And for those of you who don't know, we did have federally funded sterilization programs active in 32 out of the 50 states that began in 1909 and continued for about 70 years. The vaccine paradigm also is in opposition to the biblical paradigm that disease should not pass from a diseased person to an undiseased person. So this is why God gave us the sanitation rules as well as principles about quarantining lepers and this kind of thing. And you have a direct opposite of that with vaccines. I'll share with you what happened with the rollout of the polio vaccine. In the initial 2 weeks of the polio vaccine rollout, April 14 through 27, 400,000 people had received the Cutter vaccine. 4 million people received the vaccine from any of the 5 companies. So there were 5 companies that were producing this vaccine. Incidentally, only 2 of them had been studied in the human field trials. And in June of 1955, the New York Times reported that there were many cases of post-vaccine paralysis. Cutter had 70 cases, Lilly had 37 cases, Wyeth had 11 cases, Park Davis had 5 cases, Pittman Moore had 3 cases, I believe. Now, they had to put a pause on the vaccination rollout because of all the issues that they were having with children developing polio and some of them dying. Some of this had to do with this Cutter incident. The Cutter vaccine, where there were 120,000 doses of tainted polio vaccine that were produced. 40,000 out of 120,000 developed abortive poliomyelitis, 51 developed paralytic, 5 children died. And this lady, Bernice Eddy, who was hired by the NIH to perform safety studies on the Salk vaccine, she had discovered that the Cutter laboratory vaccines, that many of them still contained residual live poliovirus. And when she told her superiors, they just took her off of that job and they didn't listen to her. And actually what ended up happening is that they went forward, determined to prove that this vaccine was safe. Dr. Alton Oshner, who was a very well-known physician, to prove the safety, he was a major stockholder in Cutter Labs. He injected his 2 grandchildren publicly to prove that it was safe. He injected his 30-month-old grandson, who died 8 days later from infantile paralysis, and his granddaughter was paralyzed. From what I've read, she was paralyzed for the rest of her life. And this was a brother and sister. You can imagine the heartache of their family. Spirit of prophecy tells us that idolatry, if practiced, would lead men to great lengths in sin and rebellion and result in the offering of human sacrifice. And some of you may think that I'm being a little strong in my words as far as calling this idolatry and a religion and that type of thing. But when I see the extents to which doctors are not able to see when people are suffering and acknowledge the death and suffering that are caused by some of these treatments, it does look like some kind of religion that is happening. The other thing that was happening at this time was that polio, as soon as the polio vaccine came on the scene, it was redefined. I think we saw that during the COVID vaccine rollout as well. And prior to the polio vaccine being rolled out, you only had to have partial or complete paralysis for a period of a day, and you would get diagnosed as having polio. So you go to your doctor, you have paralysis, and then they see you 24 hours later, you still have paralysis, you have polio. After the vaccine came out, they changed the definition so that you had to be paralyzed for 60 days. You have to be paralyzed for 60 days for you to have that diagnosis. So you can see that as soon as the vaccine came out, they changed the definition. You had to have paralysis for significantly longer. And so you're going to have significantly less people who are going to have a diagnosis of polio. The other thing that happened was that you now had more labs that could be done. You had more diagnoses. You had more things that people could be given the names of, like aseptic meningitis, Guillain-Barré, Coxsackie virus, and this type of thing. And so what they were finding, these doctors at this meeting were saying that we are actually seeing higher rates of people developing polio. In 1958, it was 50% higher than 1957. In 1959, it's 170% higher than 1957. And we are changing our definitions. Epidemics used to be defined as greater than 20 cases per 100,000, and now it's being defined as 35 cases in 100,000. And so we are not comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges. And so we can't be saying that this is the same thing. And so I'd like to share that, number one, we as Seventh-day Adventists or Christians, even if you're not a Seventh-day Adventist, if you are a Bible-believing person who loves the Lord, that hopefully your ethics are not along the line of evolutionary ethics, which is survival of the fittest. What is the safety and efficacy? How am I best going to survive? For a Christian, the question is different. Survival is important, but at what cost? And what are the priorities? What is most important? For us, the Bible principle is that love is the greatest goal, that we should love the Lord our God with all our hearts, with all our soul, with all our mind, and with all our strength. This is the first commandment. And the last principle, that we should love our neighbor as ourselves. These are the most important principles that we want to share with the world, if you believe that there is a God who loves each one of us. And so I do think, as people who believe in sharing the three angels message, that Jesus is coming soon, that all the suffering on this world is about to end, there are things that are more important than mere survival here. It is that we are able to share with the world that there is a loving God. He has a way for us, and he has a way to deal with science. His way is true, and it will work. So I hope that's helpful.
Definitely was very helpful. In fact, Dr. Joyce, the last thing you said there, and that slide on the screen right now, I think all of our presenters would agree is the most important thing that's been said in this whole live stream. You have a loving God, and he has the answers. And three angels messages right there, Revelation 14, verses 6 through 16 is our blueprint, our template of our message. And we can get on message by understanding who God is, like you said, understanding his methods, his healing ministry. And so thank you for the history and the presentation. It was enlightening. And as I see right now, we've got Dr. Song Margaret Song, who's come up. And I want to ask you, Dr. Song, to give a reaction to the last few presentations. It's been a little while since we've brought you up. What feedback do you have, and commentary, highlights of the last few presentations? And then after that, we're going to have everybody back up who's still here. And we'll go to each of you guys for a 60-second closing comment.
Well, all these presentations were just so tremendous. I thank you, Dr. Che, for presenting, telling us the history about the polio vaccine and the methods used to develop that. Those are just, it really got me thinking. I didn't know a lot of that history. Mr. Kearns, I appreciate your talk. I know you're going to say a little bit more during the lightning round that we are going to. I was just really impressed by everyone, but it's just, I'd have to sit down and think about it. Dr. Jennings really concisely showed us how we can identify whether God's principles are being used or whether Satan's principles are being used, the way that mind control can happen, and the way that was carried out in our society, and how we can protect ourselves from such control tactics. And Dr. Youngberg, of course, covered a wide swath of information, just very valuable information, from things we could do practically to not get sick, to all that information, for instance, on cancer. I was some of it was kind of almost not funny. I guess it was sad, but his hydrotherapy presentations on YouTube got labeled as hate speech. Just shows us the extent to which really our society went. And as Dr. Jennings said later, that was just a trial run. What's coming ahead is going to be worse. And we have this little time of reprieve, hopefully, to look back and see what we might have learned from the last few years and apply the principles that he shared. I'm going back here over Dr. Perenick and some of the things that he presented here. It was just so much. We did have enough evidence in 2021 to know that all the changing goalposts, that these were not true, and yet they were presented to the public. I remember Dr. Perenick mentioned Marty Bakary, and I remember hearing him at Stanford a few months ago. He was sitting on a panel. We had a pandemic policy conference at Stanford, and it was kind of the first of its kind on a major university campus, where the new president of Stanford allowed this conference to take place. And Dr. Bakary said, look, public health confidence in the United States is down from 70% before the pandemic down to 30% now. That's not because people were just, believing wild conspiracy theories. It's because people realize they've been lied to. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Dr. Song, for that summation, and again for bringing this event together. This panel, the topics, this was all Dr. Margaret Song's doing. So I want to bring everybody up and give praise to God for each of your contributions, which were all vital in their own way. And so those who are still here, you get an opportunity to say, here was the thing that I forgot. So-and-so said that, I want to follow up on that. Or just, here's my closing thought that you want to share with the world. We'll go straight down the list, starting with Dr. Youngberg there, then Mr. Kearns, and on through to the others.
Well, I just like to challenge everybody to continue to think from cause to effect. I've been honored to participate in this forum. I've learned so much from each of you. I think it's imperative that we all continue to learn from each other and to encourage other people to do the same. It's important that we seek that which is best for us, and that we seek to avoid that which more and more clearly we become aware of that it is not good for us. I first got involved in this field because when I was 10 years old, my mother died of glioblastoma. My parents were missionaries in South America, and it's only until recently I really appreciated the presentation by Dr. Joyce because over the last year I've connected the dots. That's what I do as a lifestyle medicine specialist. I'm always working with complex patients and trying to connect the dots. What's causing this? And after reading many books relative to the pandemic, relative to what's going on, I came to realize that my mother, who is a missionary in 1955 in Chile, she developed paralysis and was diagnosed as having polio. But I strongly believe that her initial polio was actually caused by pesticides, which is clearly outlined in a lot of good studies. But then when she came to the White Memorial in 1955, after her paralysis, they actually gave her the polio vaccine after she already had polio. And at the time I didn't realize, even when I was in school, I didn't realize the significance of that. But later we discovered that the polio virus included the simian 40 virus, or the polio vaccine rather, included the SV40, which also has been found in the contamination of both Moderna and Pfizer. And this is a simian, a monkey virus that is known to promote cancer.
Wow.
And so 15 years later, after getting that polio virus, my mother died of glioblastoma. Now, I can't prove that that's the cause of her cancer. But by connecting the dots and looking, what's the most rational explanation so far, that made a big impression on me. And so I feel that as health professionals and as public health experts, we have a responsibility to warn the public about what is happening. That this is going at the breakneck speed of science, they say, which is one of the most ridiculous notions, is that we need to be careful. We need to first do no harm and then make sure that we're doing some good and pay attention to what we already know to be effective rather than avoiding it, looking for newer, novel strategies that make the medical system a lot of money. So that is my encouragement to everybody listening to this panel, is that pay attention to what Dr. Robert Redfield said. Okay, he as a top researcher, an AIDS researcher, he said the mRNA platform is trouble. It's trouble. Stay away from it until it can be proven through good science that it has been perfected. And that's going to be a long, long, long time from now, if ever.
And that term good science, Dr. Joyce brought to our attention, it doesn't mean just quality, well-done science that proves the thing to be safe and effective, but good science is a moral valuation as well. I don't know if everybody caught that in your title. That was a clever title, Dr. Joyce. We need to be doing good science as well as good science. Ricky, your turn.
Wow, I've learned so much on this panel discussion, and I just wanted to thank everybody, for being here. Wes, you have caused me to buy a whole lot of books that I never would have bought had I not had any interaction with you. And now that I've learned of other books that I need to buy, I will be on that bandwagon. But since I've got the opportunity to actually promote a book that I would strongly help you to get if you can't, it's this book, Whisper of the Serpent, by James Henderson. It gives a 2,000-year history of true science and false science and resulting true medicine and false medicine. It's been the paradigm that I've used in trying to assess this. Essentially, that true science is empirical. It's testable. It's verifiable. It's based on natural law, God's natural law, and rationalistic science, which is false science, it is so because I say it's so. It's very it's very mandatory, and this is the divide that we need to see. The punchline that I want to make is that we are facing this is evolutionary. This is our rendezvous with evolutionary science. No doubt in my mind. The mRNA vaccine is the last frontier. We've tried medicine since 1876. We've tried chemical interventions. We've run into a wall when it comes to antibiotic resistant medication. It is a dead end. We are not driven. It's not follow the money. It's follow the worldview, and it's evolutionary. And as God following, God believing believers, and inside and outside of medicine, God there's a call that part of Babylon is fallen is actually the methodology that it uses to bring about healing needs to be sounded, and that's what I believe the case can be made. I didn't have 20 minutes. I couldn't make it in my 20 minutes, but that I believe is the bottom line, and there is a prophetic marker here when America was involved. The government of America was involved. The businesses of America involved.
Merchants.
The merchants of the earth, the kings of the earth, were all involved in this. So there's no doubt in my mind that there's a prophetic marker, and it's because of our dividing man between body and soul, and it's dualism, as somebody by the name of Carsten Johnson called it. It's dualism is what our battle has been, and I'd look forward to having some conversations with you, Scott, about that, on Battle Truth.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Ricky, for being a part of this. And Dr. Colburn, it's been a few hours since the beginning of this program when we got to have your presentation, and it's just such an honor that you would come and stay to the end here. I know every single listener highly appreciated the studies you cited, the history you gave of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and feel free to comment on those again in your closing remarks here, or anything that the Lord leads, anything that's on your heart and mind that you want to leave our listeners with.
Well, very quickly, I did enjoy everybody's presentations and learned a lot. And I would like to bring us back again to that new book out by Naomi Wolf, the Pfizer Papers, where 450,000 pages of the research done by Pfizer was about, and Naomi Wolf mentioned in her introduction, this was the greatest crime ever committed against humanity, and I think that there's a good reason to believe that. A couple, three things. I do believe follow the money was important in this presentation from my perspective, knowing that about 50% of the CDC's income came via pharmaceutical companies, the FDA about 70%, the media during the height of the COVID pandemic, about 75% of the money that they made was from having pharmaceutical companies doing commercials, of course, on there. And you may have noticed even in Fox News that people who were supporting ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine suddenly stopped talking about it completely. And it's basically because they were told to stop. And another study that was recently done about a month ago in the UK showed that that in autopsy studies from that people died from COVID, that age 0 to 19, there were 4 deaths in the whole of the UK for that age group, and under 60 years of age, there was really no reason to give the vaccine to any of these people, because there were more deaths from the vaccine than there was from anything else at that point. And I'd like to add a Harvey Reich, his statement. Several times I've heard him make the same statement, that at least 800,000 of the 1.2 million people that died in the United States from COVID could have been saved had they been using hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And just for everybody's sake, the 105 studies show how good, most of them showed how good ivermectin was. Go to c19ivm.org and you can look at all 105 studies. That's c19ivm.org. And last, I'd like to point out that there was a Wall Street Journal editorial on October 18th of 2024, which kind of gives you an idea of what was going on here. With Pfizer stock just sharply down, an activist investor was pushing the CEO, Albert Bourla, to improve his performance. And it talks about he thought that he was going to be saving the world with his new vaccine, so he pushed as hard as he could, and their bold bet paid off billions of dollars in the year of 2021, I believe it was, no, 2022. Pfizer made $37 billion on their vaccine, that 1 year. And in any event, with their stock way down now, they're pushing Pfizer to make some changes so that they can and get more aggressive about the types of medications they're pushing again. And I don't know if any of you saw the film about a vice president of Pfizer who got drunk. He was a homosexual, and he was trying to hustle this journalist, and the journalist was taking a movie of the whole thing. And I don't know if you saw this particular thing. And he talked about them trying to make to get viruses that they could cause. They would have vaccines ready to ship out once they let this virus go into the population. So now I don't know if this is he was being truthful or not, but obviously he was extremely angry when he found out he was talking to journalists. And nevertheless, there was certainly billions of dollars that Pfizer and all of the drug companies that were involved in this have made, and that's at the expense of millions of lives throughout the world and throughout our country too. So.
It's one of the greatest tragedies and injustices in history. I mean, just to quantify that magnitude of that number you mentioned a moment ago of the 800,000 lives just in America. And I mean, even that, if that's off by an order of magnitude, I mean, that's still a huge number of human lives that were sacrificed to this system that you so aptly describe in the financial context. So thank you, Dr. Colburn, for that summation.
People like Fauci need to be in jail.
You know, when I was listening, which presentation was it? One of you guys' presentations, I was thinking, I think it was yours, Dr. Colburn. I was thinking there is going to be litigation and criminal action along the lines of suppressing these drugs. And, you know, pharmacies that wouldn't fill prescriptions. And, you know, I have loved ones where this happened. And, you know, your own family peril because of this system coming down in this way, that can get a lot of people ready to address these issues in hopefully a proper and judicial and judicious manner. Ricky, you wanted to chime in real quick before I go to Dr. Tim?
Yeah.
Just a quick comment that as a nurse, I found myself having to be on a street corner to pick up ivermectin dose for a patient who was needing it, and I
Unbelievable.
couldn't believe it in this day and age. But anyway, yes. So
Dr. Song.
I'm a compass.
Yeah, one thing, there's you can get your own supply of ivermectin from a site called buyivermectin24.us. And you can get some of the best prices you'll get on it too, and get the 12 milligram size.
Sorry, I interrupted. Get the 12
milligram size.
Got it.
Yeah. And it's
I wanted.
Go ahead.
I want to interject
before I go to
something here.
Dr. Song and Dr. Youngberg, let me get Dr. Tim. It's been a while since he's contributed, and then I'll go to you to comment. I know Dr. Coburn, you got us all wanted to talk. Dr. Tim, give us your final words too, and then we'll let the others contribute more to this.
Yeah, I appreciate everything that everyone was saying. Just briefly on the whole pharmacies not filling prescriptions, it is interesting that they had no problem filling prescriptions for Oxycontin, oxycodone at the height of the opioid epidemic, but suddenly they found the morality when it came to hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Suddenly they were like, whoa, we need to be very careful. So I think that's very interesting. The one thing I want to talk about is unintended consequences. You know, one of the things that Dr. Joyce was mentioning about the polio vaccine and the SV40 virus, and it's sort of emblematic that here are people who essentially are thinking they're doing the right thing, following the science and doing all this, but they not only caused polio. I think the Cutter incident and the Wyeth incident was that they didn't have enough formaldehyde to inactivate the virus. And so therefore, when they gave the shot, people were now getting acute flaccid poliomyelitis or leg paralysis. So that's really interesting. But again, polio is emblematic in this, is that at that same time, and I document this in the book that I co-authored on vaccination and the Adventist history dealing with vaccination, there was a woman who was an Australian bush nurse who was treating polio patients acutely and also chronically using hydrotherapy and physical therapy. Her name is Sister Kenny. They actually did a movie about her with actress Rosalinda Russell. This is, I think, done in their 40s or 30s. Sorry, it's done much later because obviously. And it was in black and white. She actually won the Academy Award for it. But they show in there how she was being attacked and gone after by the medical establishment because they knew that something as simple as hydrotherapy could not work in polio and could not help rehabilitate kids. And so this mad drive that we have to have a shot to fix our problems is really problematic. And so when it comes to the whole polio thing, in the 1990s, there was litigation trying to find out if a mesothelioma, which used to be a very rare cancer, normally we associate it with asbestos, was associated with certain lots of the polio vaccine and the SV40 virus. And the litigation ended up not going very far, but they had found a lot of experts who had testified to this. And at one time, there were several studies done linking SV40 virus to cancer. One thing, and this is still hotly debated, but one thing we know is the SV40 virus did not live in human beings until after the polio vaccine. And now they think it's spreading via sexual contact. And so again, this is an unintended consequence. And now we have a new pharmaceutical product, which has an SV40 promoter in there. And we don't know what the unintended consequence is going to be. And we were talking about cancer. There's a preprint study that I read. And in the study, they looked at the CPT codes. Everyone here who's in medicine knows a CPT code. Every time you do a procedure, you do that. And then you have your ICD diagnostic codes that should correspond with your procedure codes. And so what they did is they looked at the diagnostic codes corresponding with the CPT codes for treatment or whatever. And they wanted to look at the rates of diagnostic cancer and this is in Ontario, from 2015 to 2019. And then they measured the same codes to see if they were used between 2020 through 2022. And they found a massive increase in all the diagnostic codes for cancer after that. And they said, well, we need to investigate this. So what if the very thing that we were told safe and effective is now going to cause us an epidemic of chronic disease and debility going forward, and cancer? Again, unintended consequences. And this gets back to kind of the whole thing we've been talking about. is that had we used our mind and had we stuck to the vital principles which we all believe in natural remedies, had we stuck to that, what good could we have done? Could we have been leaders like Sister Kenny using hydrotherapy and saying, hey, there's another way? We'll never know. That has passed us, but maybe we'll have another bite at the apple. But I think we're bracing ourselves for a chronic disease and cancer tsunami that's on its way.
And Dr. Youngberg, you stated that in no uncertain terms in your segment. And, you know, I want you to feel free to follow up on what Dr. Tim said there, but I wanted to give you an opportunity also off of what Dr. Colburn and Ricky were just mentioning. Both you and Dr. Song can comment on that now. But yeah, Dr. Youngberg, you look like you're chomping at the bit again.
Well, I'm so excited because I so much appreciate everybody's presentation. And I feel like we're a band of brothers and sisters here. You know, we're in this together. And I just feel bad that we didn't organize sooner than we did. We've talked individually at times, but it's wonderful doing this together as a group. It shows solidarity, and it shows that what can be done when we band together. But I wanted to comment on Dr. Colburn. You know, you were talking about how you didn't lose one patient, right? Not That's one great. Patient. So it's so great that you're a rheumatologist, that you knew for decades the value of hydroxychloroquine. And so when you first started hearing all that, you know, that this was, you know, a deadly poison from the authorities, you knew that was wrong, right? So you understood, and you did it anyway because you knew it was the right thing to do, and therefore your patients benefited. And so if there was more doctors around that would listen to the actual science, that would pay attention to, you know, I don't want to call you a maverick, but you kind of are. You know, you want to look at the mavericks, not the people who just follow what they're told to do, but the people that do what's right, no matter what anybody else says. And so it reminds me that when we in our church in Fallbrook, our pastor was very proactive, and he said, Wes, you got 10 minutes before every sermon if you want it. You know, so I would frequently, multiple times a month, get up for 10 minutes right before a sermon when everybody's listening, and present one more aspect of things that we could do. And you know, we did not lose one patient from a church of roughly 400 members. Not one individual died of COVID. You know, one person who died, they said he died of COVID, but he actually died as a consequence of a blood thinner that he was given way after he was done with COVID. It's you know, it does my heart good to know that the time and effort that each of us put into sharing with everybody who would listen, and to sharing in groups when people would listen, or churches when they would listen, that literally there are thousands of people alive today that would not have been alive, you know, if Dr. Song hadn't done what she did, if Dr. Colburn hadn't done what he did, Dr. Bernich done what he did, and Dr. Joyce, Ricky, and so forth. You know, what we do matters. And sometimes we feel we're in a losing proposition, but in fact, we've made a big impact, and we got to keep going, because every day there's people making choices, and maybe the people that are going to make a choice tomorrow, if they watch this program and they go like, I had no idea. And so now they'll be fortified against the persuasiveness of the system, suggesting that they must do this if they're going to be healthy, but now they know better. So I am honored to be one amongst you, brothers and sisters.
Wow. Dr. Margaret Song, you had a comment that I wanted to circle back to, but boy, that pep talk right there is a really good emotional note to carry through to the end here, that we can feel that we are doing God's service by his grace and affecting lives. And when we do that with courage, who was it earlier that was talking? It was Dr. Jennings talking to stand against that group pressure. That takes courage, I wanted to say at that point. But we have Dr. Song and Dr. Joyce, of course, yet to comment, and I think Dr. Coburn had his hand up. So we'll go from top to bottom, and then I'll say bye to all of you and to our viewers. So our last three, Dr. Song, what do you have to say?
Well, I just wanted to comment that this is a diverse group, and we bring a diversity, heterogeneity of opinions and beliefs with regard to treatments in general, vaccines in general. Not everybody may be on the same page with everything that everyone else said, but everyone is bringing their valuable contribution to this discussion. Also, I do want to say that for me personally, I'm not trying to shame anyone who may have chosen to get one of these vaccines. The best that we could do in an urgent situation is to go by the information that we have and be fully convinced in our own minds. Pray about it and ask God what He would have us do, and we can't do any better than the information we had at the time. So I'm not trying to shame anybody, but I will resist attempts to demonize, arguments to demonize those who chose not to get them conscientiously. And we have seen, as we talked about these things, that those arguments really don't hold water. As we saw, most of the arguments placed by the media and just thrown at us turned out not to be true. And a lot of the claims that are still being put forth, there is no solid scientific backing, no solid scientific footing for that. So that's, and of course, we talked about coercion and censorship. Any voices that disagreed were viciously silenced, systematically silenced. So, yeah, this has all been great.
Dr. Coburn.
Just very briefly, a personal experience, and that is that I had COVID twice, and I had my supply of ivermectin from where I told you I got it, and it lasted less than 24 hours. So it was, yeah. And I see this in patients all the time. It's just very, very quickly you get over the problem. Had a 94-year-old man. This was before ivermectin was in, who had got hydroxychloroquine too, and he was having difficulty breathing. And when we got the hydroxychloroquine, again, about 48 hours, he was doing great. So he was on his way to the hospital, and they held back, and he did well.
Well, thank you for that. On top of everything you shared in your segment, it's just a cherry on top. Dr. Joyce?
Oh, as I'm listening to everybody, I'm always wondering, this great and final test that we are all expecting to happen very soon. The spirit of prophecy tells us that it will come to us with true medical missionary work. And I think it'd be worthwhile at some point to do some kind of panel and discussion and a prayerful look at what true medical missionary work is. And I know, we're all coming from different backgrounds, but I know that, as we see God's coming is very, very soon, that I do think that it'd be something very interesting to pray about and see how the Lord brings our hearts together in unity as to what that should look like.
I think that is a fantastic idea. Dr. Youngberg.
I just wanted to add to what Dr. Song just mentioned. It's so true that nothing that we have said should in any way make people feel vilified that have chosen to do the vaccine. In my practice, I always very carefully ask my patients, number one, what was your experience with COVID? Did you have any problems with COVID? Did you have any symptoms, etc.? Because I think that that's important, because number one, we know that virus was a man-made virus that is very lethal and can lead to immune suppression and that acquired immune deficiency at some level. Then I asked them, with the purpose of what do we need to do next to optimize the immune system. And then finally I asked them, and what was your decision with regards to the COVID vaccine? and we initiate that discussion. So there's no judgment. It's just like, hey, what happened? I mean, I think of a patient I had recently, a 35-year-old police officer captain who said to me, he says, you know, I was super healthy, and now I have stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He says, I'm convinced in my mind that it was because as a first responder, I bought into the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was forced to do it. And now he's got 3 little kids at home, and he's probably not going to survive that because he's chosen to go the traditional route. And, you know, and I don't blame him, you know, but based on, you know, what Dr. Colburn, you've been saying, what others have been saying, and Dr. Harvey Raish from Yale, Dr. William Mackis showing that, you know, there's something to be said about this ivermectin story with regards to even cancer, as we look at
pancreatic cancer, including pancreatic cancer.
Yes, and so you know, we have learned so much through COVID. Number one is pay attention to our instincts, to what we know to be true, to what the science has said before, and not allowing ourselves to be dissuaded by bad science and by authorities that don't have our best interest at heart, and where we're looking at old research in a new way. And so the good news is that those individuals who, you know, for not of their own fault, they fell into the deception of allowing themselves to be vaccinated or being coerced to be vaccinated for COVID. There's hope for them too. There's many resources available, just like there is with long COVID and long vax, of what we can. So that's why I'm asking that question, because I want to give them hope. I want to give them direction on natural remedies and God's remedies of what can be done to improve their health from here on out.
And I know, because I've watched your, you know, multi-hour presentations, that you provide those answers in great detail, and I praise God for that. And, you know, I go back to the presentation earlier about, you know, God's word gives us the principles. This was Dr. Jennings' presentation, that God's word gives us the principles that we need to carry out our mission and to be faithful to him. And it's not always going to spell every last detail out, but when we understand the truth as it is in Jesus, I mean, it's Jesus do. What medical product would Jesus mandate and coerce and strip people of their livelihood? I mean, that's such an obvious no-brainer that we drop the ball big time on institutionally, but we don't have to again. We go back to, and I know folks who've listened to me, I've heard this 100 times, but it's as simple as offer your bodies as living sacrifices in your spiritual act of worship. The physical body temple, there's worship language, is a matter of the first commandment of the Decalogue. The first 4 commandments are worship commandments, and the state has no jurisdiction over mandates in that regard. So we go to God and we say, Lord, what is your will for me and my health choices? Because I want to offer my body as a living sacrifice in my spiritual act of worship to you. And I will resist and reject and expose any efforts contrary to your character that seek to compel of another person in regard to those individual choices. And so, Dr. Youngberg, I like how you approach that with your patients. What choice did you make with regard to the COVID vaccine? Because that is what it is, and it ought to always remain that way. So thank you to each and every one of you, and to Dr. Mesa and Dr. Jennings, if you're listening to this later on, for joining us. And to each listener who's gone through the 4+ hours, what a marathon that was. What a joy. It kind of flew by, actually. But I just praise God for what he is doing in his people and through his people. If we will have ears to hear, and if we will fix our eyes upon Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, and we can do that work that Dr. Joyce just spoke about, that true medical missionary work, and let's prayerfully seek his spirit and call upon the name of the Lord to receive his guidance in these difficult times, so that we can have the certainty of Bible prophecy, have the assurance of salvation through Jesus Christ and his blood and his name alone. Thanks everybody for joining us. I'm Scott Ritsema with Belt of Truth Ministries. We'll see you next time.